Hello everyone, welcome on into the stream. Good to have you all join us, and I'm sorry there about the beginning. Well, actually, I didn't even expect anyone to start following the stream when I had just launched it on YouTube. I hadn't done any of the notifications, but some of you guys already started coming at that point, and I don't even know how you saw it. Like, do you, maybe you get a notification in YouTube if you're subscribed to somebody. That's probably how it happened. Anyhow, we are here. It is Tuesday. We're here in Wurm Online once again, doing our weekly Wurm Roulette stream. This is number 81. So this is the 81st Wurm Roulette stream we have done, guys. It is crazy to think that we've been doing this over a year. The maps are starting to fill up already. I mean, last week we were over on Melody, actually this server, Melody, and we were exploring. Oh, looks like I haven't actually. Did I not save the image? Let me just quickly do that in Photoshop. Let me quickly do that. Roulette new. And then let's just save this quickly and update it onto the stream there. Twitch Wurm Roulette and map new there. And that should have updated. Let's just see, refresh that. Yes, that's better. So last week we were here on my home server of Melody, and we were exploring the eastern coastal area. It was one of the more boring Wurm Roulettes that time, unfortunately, because there wasn't really too much to see. But at least we went over there. I've now put my feet on that soil, and it looks like for Melody there's just 3 little splotches left, which I guess will just sort of fuse into one if the marker lands on Melody again at some point. Also for Harmony, we just have 1 little bit left. For Cadence, there's a rather large area, but that definitely could be done in one stream. Then if we look at the old servers, there's a little bit to do on Release. For Pristine, we could do like an island tour. Celebration just has a couple of islands. Independence has a larger bit there at the bottom, which is kind of hidden from you guys because that thing is there right now with a question mark. Exodus, that can probably be done in one stream. Deliverance, that would be like a couple of streams for Deliverance. So there's not very many Wurm Roulettes left to be done, guys. We're starting to near the end of this project. It could be that we're going to get this wrapped up by the 100th Wurm Roulette stream. That'd be kind of cool. And also you might see that I added a little ticker there to the top of the screen. That's what I was sort of like messing around with before the stream started. And the reason for that is because we have now, I've gotten to my 3rd year anniversary of streaming, guys. Actually, that anniversary happened a few days ago, but we're going to celebrate on Saturday. Now, I have some ideas already of what I want to do. How come it looks so weird? Let me just check that. No, it's working. Yeah, it's working completely like it should. Yeah, so on Saturday we'll be doing a whole bunch of fun stuff. I'm not quite sure what all I'll be doing on Saturday. Probably doing, and we're going to do it on Twitch, so we'll be playing some Wurm Online, of course, even if it's going to be on Twitch, because, you know, it's a celebration. So I'm not really going to pay attention to numbers or anything on Saturday. We're going to have a nice, just relaxed stream, and maybe I'll do some drawing. Would you guys like to see some drawing? Maybe we could do, because last year when we had the 2-year anniversary, I think I spent 3 hours drawing pictures for you guys. Yeah, we had like a giveaway kind of thing, and several of you here in the chat also got drawings. I remember Drogos and Tuxi got a drawing at least, and I forget who all, I think Du Jensen got one. I forget now who all there were, but anyhow, yes, so we're going to do that on Saturday, and we'll also play some Elite Dangerous as well. And see how that goes. But before we go forward here with Wurm Roulette, and before I sort of start to explain a little bit more, let me just say a nice warm hello to everyone here in the chat. So we've got Milaka, and so Milaka, you were here earlier already, and I guess you must have gotten a notification in YouTube or something for you to be able to see that. Just 1 second, guys. There we go. I had to sneeze. I had to sneeze and turn off the microphone and then blow my nose after that, so I'm sure you guys didn't want to listen to that. So anyhow, Milaka, welcome on in. And Bunlos is here. Here we are again, me lovelies. And Bunlos is really, Bunlos of course is a new Wurm player and really enjoying themselves. And you really were enjoying the factional fight stream last night, Bunlos. Yes, that was a lot of fun. It's always interesting watching the Factional Fight Brothers doing new things and showing us really neat ways to do things in Wurm. And then Parser is here second, and Viking is here. Oh, by the way, Viking, you know what happened to the vodka? So you know what happened to the vodka that that I bought from you? So I actually had to use it already. Because I'm terraforming this sand area over here, and I had to be like hanging on like really steep ridges, so that I wouldn't fall down. I had to keep drinking the vodka, and I already used it up. So I think what I'm gonna do is I'm probably gonna start training like beverage making, just so I can be self-sufficient with the booze, because I hate having to bother people with getting alcohol and. Yeah, it seems my character's addicted to some alcohol here in Wurm. And also, Griff is also working on beverage making, so I'm probably going to get into training that as well. So I'm probably going to look back, Griff, I know you're here in the chat as well, I'm probably going to look back at some of your streams and just see how you did all that stuff. And let me see what else you guys are saying. And Parser was, don't forget the Wurm Discord. Yeah, I remembered this time, Parser, not to worry. And Griff is here, of course. Always good to see you, Griff. And I'm so happy you're back. Now, I have to say, we did miss you when you were on your little vacation, but I'm so glad you had such a nice time out there fishing with your son. And RS asks, low audio, is it just you? So RS, were you talking about like was the music on a low volume? I've been doing some volume like adjustments. My voice should be okay, but was the music just like super low in the beginning there? And hello, Avatar of Cesaria, welcome on in. And Wolfmare's here. I know, 3 years, it's crazy. And Parser says, you have your volume kind of low, but it sounded kind of normal levels to you. I see, okay. Sounds great for you on iPad, says Milaka. Okay, good. Hello, Fry Nord, welcome on in. Here's to 3 more. Oh gosh, guys, I have a little, hold on. Ah, how annoying. I had one of those situations where a little bit of like dust went into my throat and just started tickling the hell out of my throat. I better take a little swig of water here. First sneezing, then tickling throats. Oh. And yes, okay, so I caught up with everyone. So anyhow, a very warm welcome to all of you there, and of course there are also people in the background. So I hope you're all having a great Tuesday. We are here in Wurm Online, and for those who don't know what Wurm Roulette is, of course, I think most of you in the chat do know, but I shall explain regardless, just very quickly. So Wurm Online is a sandbox, medieval sandbox MMO, which I've been playing for nearly 8 years, and I started the Wurm Roulette project to be able to go and explore places I'd never been to before in Wurm, and we are going to choose a random location here, But before we choose either the old servers or the new servers, we're going to have to decide which side we're going to go to, and that's why we've got two characters here. We've got my old character Malena and my new character Safarina, who I created after the Steam launch. So let's get out the old Wurm Roulette wheel and decide which side we're going to go to. So there's the wheel, and let me also get the spinny thingy for that. I'm going to have to go actually over here. Let me just move this over here to the other window. Yes, and then wheel, spin wheel settings, and let's just spin this baby and see which side we're going to go to. So it has landed on the old servers. Very, very nice. I love it, because we were on the new servers last week. I always love going to the old servers because there's so much, lots of interesting stuff to see. So the next thing we have to do is we're gonna say goodbye to Safarina. She doesn't really need to do anything. So we're just gonna say goodbye to her, and we're gonna be focusing on Malena this time. And I'm gonna have to go check if I have any signs for Malena to take with her. There might be still some in the ship. If not, we'll just build one. But now we have to decide which place we're gonna go to. So for that purpose, of course, we do have this handy little map here. And once I press the pick destination button, it will land on a random location. And let me just actually remove the mystery destination thingy from view, also face rig. So let's just press this, 3, 2, 1, pick destination, and it has landed in a blue area, which is one that we've already explored. So what we're aiming for is one of these green areas that is unexplored still. So let's just press that again, and land in the water. Oh, we are going to Exodus again, guys. So we're probably going to finish off today. We're going to finish off the first server that will be completely finished off. So we were on Exodus a couple weeks ago, so that's cool. We're going to get one server finished off today, guys. That's such a kind of cool feeling of progress. So let me just bring up Photoshop here, and we're just going to put that into the map thingy. So let's just put that back into view. Face rig and Wurm mystery destination, and then we will just clip that quickly, and we're going to go to Exodus here. Exodus, and then we need to put the Exodus name here as well. Exodus. I'm just going to move that over a bit. There we go. Good. Save. And save that into the thing. There. Good. Perfect. Now we can shut down Photoshop. Now, let me just quickly check and see whether we have any wooden signs. Any wooden signs in the ship quickly. And if we don't, then we're going to have to come and make some. And it looks like the fall time is just nearing its end, so soon we're going to be having winter time in Wurm, and I'm in dire need of snowballs right now. So I sort of skipped like collecting snowballs last winter, and I am completely out of snowballs for my larders. So a weird little flickering. Do you guys see that? There's some kind of like a little black flicker that happens just above Malena. I'm gonna have to slow down once the stream is done, like look at it in slow motion and see like what the heck that is. Don't think I've seen that kind of little flicker before. Very strange. I'm not sure if you guys caught it, but I'll sort of keep my eye on that. So, do we have a sign in the Nor? And yesterday on on the factional fight stream when I was watching that, I was talking about making some moussaka. So I made homemade moussaka. We've got one sign here. Actually, we've got lots of signs. Yeah, we got lots of signs. We're in a good situation. So I'll come back to the moussaka topic in a bit because I want to talk about that a little bit. So we have some pizza. I have one refresh I think that I can use today. I do have a refresh. Let me just go through my Wurm Roulette list here. Wurm Roulette, and make sure we've got everything we need basically. Tent. Wooden sign. Wooden sign, put that in there. Yeah, I think we're ready to go. So all we have to do now is pack up the horse. Now where the heck? Oh, they're right there. Right, they were right next to me, the animal cages. So let's just get this stuff off the horse first. Oh, I forgot that we can just unequip. Equipment, unequip all. Just love, love, love that new feature of Wurm. If you didn't know, guys, you can unequip the gear from your horse just by right-clicking and equipment and unequip. And also you can drag the saddle and other stuff just straight onto the horse now, which is absolutely fantastic. And I happen to know that there are other quality of life improvements on the way. Not gonna say what they are yet, but they're gonna be really, really nice to have once those go in. Yeah, let's just get a move on now. And I'll check what you guys are saying. Plot course to Exodus. And then off we go. Let's turn off the UI. Also, I should check the speed. There we go. Off Milena goes. Good. Beautiful view. That castle actually looks kind of cool for once. I always cringe because I want to redo it, but it's kind of looking with this lighting, kind of looking kind of nice. And even Milena is like looking back over her shoulder to admire it. So yeah, that looks like the wind is going right against us. So we're going super slow now. Now let me catch up with you guys quickly and see what you guys are all saying there. Hello Taxidermic, welcome on into the stream. Oh, your character's on Exodus, Milika, so do you have a deed there? So Taxidermic asks, is there a rule of thumb for how many snowballs you'd need to grab for your larders? Well, I think the icebox, it fits about 100. Was it 99, Milika? Right, so it doesn't fit like a full 100? Oh, that's weird. But anyhow, what you want to go for is the highest possible quality of the snowballs. Now that would be 99 quality, I think it was. And you want to fill that with the highest quality ones, and you can actually... So here's a tip about collecting snowballs, guys. When winter comes, for the first days, the layer of snow is actually going to be so thin on the ground that it is not worth even trying to collect snow on the first day. So wait a few days, because the more you wait, the more snowballs you will get with each action. So when you're right-clicking a tile and collect snow, you'll get many more snowballs if you wait a few days. Of course, you don't want to wait too long because you don't want to risk the winter passing you by. So I usually wait like a couple days and then I collect. And then if you do collect at that point, you're going to get so many snowballs that you can easily just throw away like the extra ones. Actually, what I do with the extra ones is I stick them in the other compartments of the larder, and just in case I need to do a refill of snowballs for whatever reason, then I chuck those into the ice box. But most times the 99 quality snowballs will last you several worm years, actually. Grumpy Guy, hello, welcome on into the stream. Exodus, wow, finally the proper server cluster. And I'm just curious to see something about, guys. I noticed that Griff was like advertising the factional fight stream on global chat yesterday, and I was thinking to myself, you know, I never do that. I should start doing that as well. And I did the I sent the message on with Safarina on the Northern Freedom Isles. I'm just curious to see. So is it like a separate global freedom, guys? Because I'm not seeing actually that message here at all. Does anyone know if the global freedoms are separate for... They must be, right? I wonder if I should copy paste that over here as well. Because I did start up both characters. Only the trade channel is separate, says Grumpy Guy. Oh, they are connected all... Okay, so then I don't know why it's not showing. Maybe I just hadn't opened Melena's window yet then at that point. Okay. Well, in that case, we're not going to spam. But that's good to know. That's good then, that we don't have to, like, paste it on, like, two channels then. And Milka, it's going to be your first winter. Yeah, there's a weird thing, Milka, about quality in Wurm, so... And also about skill. So, was it, guys, so that... So there's this thing about 99 versus 100, and I can't remember how it goes. But at least with skill, you can only take it up to 99.99999. You cannot actually take it to a full 100, I don't think. And then with quality, the quality you should be able to take to 100 though, right? Because water is a quality 100. I just don't remember like why it is that there's this. I mean, it's always bothered me, by the way, because coming from a game like Ultima Online, where once you hit 100, you became a grandmaster in the game of that skill. And then I come to Wurm Online, and it's like, no, you're not going to make it to a full 100. Sorry, it's going to be 99.999. That's really aggravating. I wish that could be changed somehow. Because it steals away that experience of like completion, that full feeling. I'm not quite sure. And let me just see what you guys were saying here earlier on. So yeah, the wind is definitely not with me, Avatar. So Grumpy. No, hold on. Oh, so Milka, you do live on Exodus. You've got a deed there. It's a G12. So let's just have a look. Actually, I should also mark onto my map where we're going today. Let's have a look here. So we are going to that little spot there. So that's... Let's just zoom in here. Exodus. And then zoom in. And it's right about here where we're going today. And then Milka lives at G12. G12. Okay, so you're... Oh, actually, Milka, you know what? So we're going to be doing this entire western coast today on Exodus. So actually your area is part of that. We're going to be doing this area, and this area today. So my next question, Milka, is would you like us to come and visit you And absolutely no pressure if you don't feel comfortable, you know, having your deed shown on stream. I totally get that. But if you would like us to come and visit you on stream, we shall definitely do that. And again, no problems if you don't, because I certainly know, I know there's certain people who want to keep the, you know, their deeds like secret and stuff, but oh well, you actually were saying it's called Kamika's Dream, so I'm guessing it's not too secretive then. Let me just mark that actually on the map here. Exodus. G12. Kamika's Dream. Milaka. Like so. Oh, you live on the same server as Joshua. Okay. Yeah, okay, good. Taxidermic asks, how long does winter usually last? It will be your first worm winter, right, Taxidermic? So, in like real life days, oh, I don't know, maybe 3, 4, 5 days, something like that. I can't remember, but it doesn't last very long, unfortunately. Personally, I'd like to see winter lasting just a little bit longer. I quite like it when it's winter time. It's such a refreshing change. And Milaka, something also to know about the snowballs, or anyone who's going to be collecting snowballs for the first time, is that it has nothing to do with any of your skills. So a new player has just as much probability, like a possibility of getting high quality snow as anyone else, as far as I know at least. It's a completely random mixture of qualities that you get for those. Oh, Grumpy, so I logged in Malena after I had posted the message. Okay, that explains it. Thank you, Grumpy. And Parser was saying that warm winter lasts roughly 5 in real life days. Okay, 5 days. Well, that's not as short as I thought it was. That's actually a pretty good amount. Hello, Leo Line. Welcome on into the stream. You're trying to find a good Sandbox MMO, but none look worth trying? Aw. So, Leo, I'm guessing you've played Wurm though, right? And you're just looking for like something else to play for a change? And Bunless, you thought so too? You saw people from Cadence all the time in Global Freedom? Right. Hello, Captain Hindsight. Welcome on in. Finally, happy to catch a stream. And Captain Hindsight, hold on now. That name is very familiar, and I'm trying to think about where it's from. Is it from... You're not the Elite Dangerous streamer, are you? Hold on. I know I'm following a Captain Hindsight, I think, on Twitch. Let me just check. Let me check and see. Where am I? Let me just see from here. Should do a search, shouldn't I? This search is so... No, I must be... Where is that name so familiar from? You're gonna have to explain to me, Captain Hindsight. I know we've either spoken or or something. I just can't remember now where. Or is it that you've like hung out on Twitch? I'm not quite sure now. So Banla says that you think that the skill thing is a limitation of the bits. There's not room for more digits. Yeah, I think it's something like that, but it's so weird that that still can't be fixed though. Oh, right, Melaka. So episode 7, I nearly hit your deed, but veered to the step right. It's the little tip? Okay, we shall check. And Captain Hindsight says, I hope you're all well. Captain Hindsight Jr. is keeping you busy. No more worm for you in the next months. Oh, so hold on now. Were you the one who said a few months ago that you're, that you guys are going to be getting a baby soon? I wonder now. But it seems that you've had a recent addition to the family, so huge congratulations on that, Captain Hindsight. How old is the baby now? So Milaka says, sure, come on over. It's a work in progress. You'll log in and you'll add me to the gates. Okay, excellent, Milaka. Oh, so you do know Joshua and he's a good friend now? Nice. How do I spell my name in game? So I'll just write that into the chat for you, Milaka. Malena. Oh, you're Captain Hindsight, you're Time on Harmony, right. Not a streamer. You started Wurm around January and hung out on my streams. And around the time that Lone Shrimp was streaming. Ah, okay, maybe that's where I'm getting the connection from. And we talked about pregnancy stuff too, yeah. 6 weeks, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, and is this your first child, Captain Hindsight? I do remember vaguely now, this conversation, yes. Yes, and the connection to Lone Shrimp, I remember now. And I think it was just recently we were sort of wondering out loud like how Lone Shrimp is doing, and wasn't it you who said that you had been part of Lone Shrimp's deed, or was that you? Man, my memory, guys, I'm sorry. There's so much information coming in from various people in the chat that it takes a while for that to sort of sink into my brain. And Leo Lion, you used to be a World of Warcraft player, but something bad is going on with it. Oh yeah, I know the drama going on with World of Warcraft right now in Blizzard, yeah. So you stepped out and trying to get into creative, but also massive multiplayer worlds, as you can see your name and player PFP refers to Alliance Lion, right. Right. So, Leo, have you tried Wurm at all? Because I'd be more than happy to tell you all about this. Now, this is a very different type of MMO from World of Warcraft. I played WoW for many years, but that's a completely different type. This offers like a completely different type of experience. This is, out of all of the MMOs, this has got to be like the sandboxiest sandbox you could ever find, where World of Warcraft is sort of like the theme parkiest theme park you could find. So it's your first child, Captain Hindsight. Aww, that's wonderful. He's a bundle of joy. Aww. And he went dark some months ago. Oh, like, yeah, Lone Shrimp. You don't know why. His Discord is also deserted. Hope he's okay. Really? So his Discord has also been quiet. Oh. Gosh, I do hope Lone Shrimp is okay. My goodness. That's okay, that's weird. Like, at first, Captain Hindsight, I just thought that Lone Shrimp, you know, reached that kind of like moment in Wurm that a lot of players reach, that they're just like, so there's a lot of players out there who get like really heavily into Wurm, and and then they sort of burn themselves out, and I was kind of worried that Lone Shrimp might have burnt himself out on Wurm, because he was really putting his whole heart and soul into the game. It can be a very overwhelming game if you're trying to do everything at once, and he was trying to do a lot of different things. So but the fact that his Discord has also gone quiet, that is something else then. It probably is not Wurm related at all then. Oh, profile pic, Leo. Right, of course. Grumpy Guy says just enable a slow mode. Yeah, yeah, well, I do try to read through all the messages. I always like scroll back if I've missed something. And with these Wurm Online streams, they're sort of like quiet enough. We've only got 16 people watching right now. It's a rather small bunch, so I'm not really too worried that we're going to get too bad with the chat. But I will if actually it does say that slow mode is on. It looks like I do have it on. At least when I look at the chat there, it says slow mode is on. And Leo, it looks a bit like RuneScape or OSRS. So sorry, I'm not so civilized with all the abbreviations. So what is OSRS? And Taxidermic, you get RuneScape vibes when you play, especially when you're skilling. Yeah, so Wurm's skill system is very much like Ultima Online, and I'm guessing RuneScape works the same as Ultima Online. So you get these instead of like leveling up a character, you don't have like a character level going from like say 0 to 70 or whatever. Instead, you've got millions and millions of different skills that you can raise between 0 and 100. And then you yourself decide what your character is going to do in its life, and you can switch, you know, your life. You can start off as a humble farmer, and your farming skills and gardening skills are going to go up. Then you might decide that, hey, you know what, I'm going to start breeding animals, and then you can, with that same character, you can start catching animals in the wild and bringing them home and breeding them up and giving them good qualities, because animals sort of have like a DNA kind of system in the game, so they have their own traits. And when you breed, you know, maybe a fast animal with a strong animal, you might get like an animal that has both strength and speed and so forth. And then if you get bored of breeding, you can then perhaps, if you want to go out and do fighting, you can maybe become a blacksmith first, make yourself a really amazing set of armor and weapon, and then go out and fight stuff. Or you can just do everything. And that's the problem with Wurm, is that since there is no like limit to all the things you can do, that's why a lot of players burn out on it, because they just start doing everything with the one character, and you can just play with one character. The only exception is the religion stuff. For the priest stuff, you sort of need your own character for that, but that's a sort of like own thing. Okay, Captain Hindsight, thank you so much for stopping by, and you have baby duty. Good luck with the baby, Captain Hindsight, and I'll talk to you later. Hello, Fern Camper, welcome on in. But in Wurm, you do not have to limit in skill points, like in Ultima Online. No. So yeah, no, there is no. You can do it all with one character. That's right. So there is no like upper skill limit like the 700 skill points you had in Ultima Online, forcing you to have different character templates. Nope. You can do it all with one character. I mean, we can just look through. Let's have a look at what skills Milena has accumulated. Now here, it's actually much slower to grind than in Ultima Online. Let me just make the UI size a little bit larger so you guys can actually see. That should be maybe just a little bit larger so you guys can see properly. That should be pretty good. And then if we look here on the skill list, and let's just look through these, let's put them in alphabetical order and just expand all. So the list of skills, actually let's put it, let's keep it in alphabetical order. So you've got your body stat skills, strength and stamina, and then your sort of intellectual skills, mind logic, mind speed, and then we start to go into like the actual crafting and like fighting and so forth skills. We've got alchemy, archaeology. The archaeology skill, by the way, is really interesting in Wurm. It is a completely unique system I've never seen in any other game. So basically, the way the archaeology was first born was that the coders noticed that, oh, we actually have data on every single settlement that was ever founded in Wurm. We should do something with that. So just for those of you who don't know anything about Wurm, you can claim, so in Ultima Online for instance, you claim a very small plot, but that is pretty much the size to make a house on. But in Wurm, you could literally claim this entire mountain, for instance, and you could build houses all over it. I mean, it would cost you a fortune, because the larger the deed, the more it costs, of course. Now, this island, I have my own island. That thing right there, that is my entire island. That costs me about 16 euros a month to own that. So it is a pretty big area for one person. I mean, most of the time you can do with a much smaller deed. Like, I would say like a normal deed size is much smaller than that, and you can just pay like 1 or 2 silver a month, which is pretty much equivalent to 1 or 2 euros a month. But anyhow, yeah, the archaeology. So Wurm has turned 15 years this year, and in that 15 years there have been a million different deeds that have been founded over the years. Players have come, have gone. Some players still have their own settlement that they founded, 10 years ago or whatever. And the programmers, that all of that data of what the names of the deeds were, where they were located, who owned them, all of that data is intact from 15 years. Isn't that amazing, guys? So anyhow, they decide to make this archaeology skill. Let me just move this back over here, actually, because Cats is in the way. They decided to make this archaeology skill, and basically what you do is you go and dig up like fragments from bits of land, and to discover who has lived there, what was the name of the deed, and you also get little treasures and things from those. So that's a really cool skill. I don't have very high archaeology. Well, it's 53. Yeah, so the skills go up to 100. So it's 53. It's not too bad, but still there's a lot of work to be done there. Archery, I haven't even touched. So actually the skills, they go from 1 to 100, so it's not 0 to 100. They start at 1, so I haven't touched any of those. Then we've got axes. All the different types of axes have their own skill. Carpentry, boyery, I'm not even sure how to pronounce that. Fletching, fine carpentry, toy making, shipbuilding. Climbing has its own skill. Clubs, coal making, cooking, dairy food making, hot food cooking, baking, butchering, beverages. Beverage is a skill I need to start to get up so I can make some booze. Digging is my highest skill, 99.17. So after almost playing the game for 8 years, guys, I haven't gotten a single skill to 100 yet. Well, there's faith, no alignment, but that's kind of like I'm not even like, that is not really a skill in that sense. It's kind of a special thing that I'm not really going to go into because I don't even know so much myself. But out of the skills that I've actually worked on, digging is the highest one I've got. Let's see, what else do we have here? Then we've got fighting. There's different types of fighting. You even have a skill for taunting. Fire making, hammers, healing, first aid, knives, masonry, stone cutting, mauls, milling, mining. Then all the tools have their own skill, like shovel and stone chisel and so forth. Then there's fishing, gardening, forestry, farming, milking, foraging, botanizing, animal taming, animal husbandry, meditating, papyrus making. You can actually make paper in the game as well. You can make books also. Paving. Then their polearms has its own section. Pottery, prospecting. Then the religion has its own. There's even exorcism, which I actually have an affinity for. that I'm never gonna use. Rope making, shields has its own section, smithing, weaponsmithing, armor smithing, blacksmithing, locksmithing, metallurgy, jewelry smithing, swords, tailoring stuff has its own section, thatching, thievery, stealing, lockpicking, traps, toys. You can even train up your skill in yo-yo, in your ability to spin a yo-yo, as well as puppeteering. You can have little puppet shows, and that your skill goes up with that. You can see that I haven't even touched that one yet. Then there's the war machines. I've used the catapult quite a bit. I've got 27 skill points in catapults because I've taken down like fences with catapults. Wood cutting. So yeah, there's a lot of skills in Wurm, and they can all be done with one character except for the religion stuff that you need to have a separate character for. So it's pretty amazing. Oh, now we cross the server border, just perfect timing. So now one of the cool things about Wurm is that you can go and visit other servers. All servers look different, and you can just cross the server border over to go and visit them. So we are here on Exodus now, and let's just look at this map here. So we need to start our journey here on this northern tip. Actually, I've probably been to that little tip when we did number 7. So we're gonna start over at this tip over here. So we have to go over to, it's probably that thing right there actually. Let's get the speed up, unfurl the sails. I would imagine that, or would it, I wonder, it could be, well, we'll see soon. So let's see what else you guys are saying. So Leo, you were saying that you checked on a game called Valorant. It was both Sandbox and MMO, but too blocky for you? Right. I haven't even heard of that one. And Griff says, there is no skill cap in Wurm Online. You can level up all the skills to as high as you want. Bundler says, you talked about sound in the start. You're back at the PC now with the proper headset. You would say that the music is a tad high. You must concentrate to listen to my voice. Okay. No, thank you, Bunless, for mentioning that. So let me just, in that case, so we have to do actually 2 things. I should probably raise my Wurm Online sounds, which seem to be right at the bottom here. And we will lower Spotify a little bit. I hate it when music is too loud on a stream. I hate it. So we'll just definitely lower it a bit. It's at 20 right now. We'll put it down to 10. That's really low now. So hopefully that helps. Let me know, Bunlosis, if it's better now. Yeah, I know what you mean, that it's like really hard to concentrate on a stream. If somebody if the music is like overpowering the voice, it's not enjoyable at all. And Fern Camper was asking, is there a decay system like not used for a long time still with a skill syncing? No, there is not. So you can feel safe and sound with all of your skills, the hard work that you've put into them. And also, here's the thing, guys, that and in a lot of different MMOs, they nerf the skills. Nerfing happens very little really in Wurm Online compared to other MMOs. So if there's a skill I've been working on for 8 years, I can be pretty sure that all of the work that I put into it isn't suddenly going to be stolen away from me by them making it suddenly much easier to do that skill. That's very rare. I mean, that kind of thing happens sometimes, but it's very, very rare to happen in Wurm compared to other MMOs. Fern Camper asks, but can you pay in-game money for the property, or are you forced to pay real money for property? Fern Camper, that's one of the really cool things about Wurm, is that actually you can buy silver off their shop. However, if you want to earn money in the game, which is what I do, if you want to earn money in the game to pay for your subscription, to pay for your land, you can totally do that. That's so cool about Wurm. I love it. There's a lot. I think most veteran players in Wurm are actually completely self-sufficient these days. So yeah, you can do that. And let's see. Taxidermic asks, what is taunting? So taunting is when you're fighting something and you, when the mob is attacking something else and you want to be like kind of a tank character. So then you taunt, you do an action called taunt on that mob to try and get it to focus on killing you instead. So for instance, maybe you have some priests with you for healing, and the mob starts attacking the priests. Well, then you can go in, or else maybe you have a pet helping you fight, and you want to get it off the pet and onto you. So then you would taunt it. Parser says that much like everything else in Wurm, the lore is player made for more than GM made. While you agree with KatsPurr's frequent lament that there's no proper place for lore, archaeology is a small way for players to explore the lore of Wurm. Absolutely, Parser. And Parser, your wife and you frequently use taunt in PvE, not much use in PvP. You ping-pong the aggro so that neither of us gets too bloody. Oh, that's a nice idea, Parser, yeah. So you sort of like, you sort of even out the damage so that while one person is attacking, then the other person can maybe stop and heal themselves, and then taunt, and then you just like switch places and the other one gets to heal themselves. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I wonder if this is the spot where we have to start. This might be it, guys. We'll start our adventure here. I'll go park the ship over at this little pointy bit. I'm not. Well, I'll tell you what. We'll sail a little bit more to the west and just see. It could be that actually this thing is this thing here. So let me just see if there's like a bay once we get behind that corner there, and if there is, then we'll start at the tippy point here. And Avatar, it sounded perfect for you before I altered it. Right, so maybe what I could do is just raise it just a smidgen. Then I lowered it from. Let's see, did Bunless? I don't. Did you give like any feedback on how the music volumes are for you now? If you're still there, Bunless, can you let me know if is it like now good, the music volume for you? And Milaka, you've been doing archaeology on your deed. You're the 11th owner so far. Nice. Oh, you're making dinner, Bunless, right? Well, I'll tell you what, guys. I'll just raise that volume just a smidgen up. And let me just see. I'm gonna have to, before we do that, let me just check the direction here. Hold on. Let's make sure we're sort of going in the right direction. So if I am facing south, that's south, that is south. And then if we look at the map here, there's the mountain ridge. I have a feeling we should start here. Yeah, let's start here. There's a nice looking little deed here as well. And I'll just adjust that volume quickly. Oh, we have to unload our horse. Actually, we can't do it here. We're gonna have to find a free bit of land here somewhere. And Leo says, Bunless, so you were saying you like this better, but you'll bow to consensus, so do raise it a bit. Well, I don't want it to be, I think it's, so, you know, the stream should be pleasant for everyone, and the main thing is that it's not like, that the voice is not being drowned out by any music. So let's just go with what we have right now for a while and see how that goes. Let me see if this is Freeland. And I forgot, I need to still talk about that Musaka thing to you guys. So this is Freeland. Let's moor our anchor right here, and then get off and then unload the horse. And also let me make sure that I've cared for it on this server, because this is a venerable one. So it's on its last legs basically, and if I care for it then it won't die. And we could probably shave down the size of the UI as well. It's a little bit large. Let's go to 100% actually. There. And then we need to tame the horse so we can get the saddle and stuff on. So let me just cut some grass. And then take off the staff. So last night, I was making some moussaka, some Greek moussaka. Now, if you don't know what moussaka is, let me just show you. See if I can find that recipe here. Here. So I used this recipe, and moussaka is basically, it's a Greek traditional dish. You've got eggplants, in other words aubergines, on the bottom layer. Then you've got like a meat layer. Now I use textured soy protein for that, so it's made of soy. It's like it looks like ground beef, it tastes like ground beef, it feels like ground beef, but it's actually made of soy. So I use that to make my my tomato sauce. Then it's got this fluffy like upper white sauce, but it's a thick white sauce which has eggs in it and lots of flour, so it becomes quite fluffy, sort of like a pancake. Well, not really like a pancake, but it's this nice creamy, it's got cheese in it as well in this white sauce. And then in the meat sauce, your tomato meat sauce, you're supposed to put some wine. I didn't have any wine, but it was still so good. And the thing that's so magical about this is, if we compare this to lasagna, for instance, is that the white sauce has like it has nutmeg, and then the red sauce has cinnamon. And that mixture of the slight flavor of nutmeg and cinnamon in the meat is absolutely magical. And then of course, before you put in the oven, you put a little bit of cheese, grated cheese on top, and oh my gosh, guys, it was so good. So yesterday I was watching the Factional Fight Brothers, and that's what an eggplant looks like, of course, and we all know the eggplant reference, you know, that's meant to symbolize in the emoji. So I come onto the Factional Fight stream and I say, oh, I was in the kitchen, I was slicing up some, and then I used the eggplant emoji, which we all know what that means. And poor Griff, he had to so Nightbot actually hid the message because it's a naughty one, right? But that's what I was literally doing. I was slicing up one of those last night, and oh my gosh, guys, oh my gosh. So first of all, you grill the eggplant in the oven a little bit to just soften it up a bit. You make the marinara, or whatever you want to call this tomato this tomato mixture. So you grill the eggplants a little bit in the oven first to soften them up. You take that out, and then you they're actually doing it weird here. Why are they putting the white sauce there? What you're supposed to do, as you can see in the picture, what you're supposed to actually do is you're supposed to actually put the meat layer after the aubergines, and then put the white sauce on the very top. So it's not layered like a lasagna with many, many layers. It's just got the 3 layers traditionally. And so there's the sauce, and then you put in the eggs as well, and then the cheese on top. And let me just give this recipe to you guys, because it was a dream. Oh, it was so bloody good. It was so good. It was so good I actually had to talk about it on my Wurm Roulette stream. Yes. So what else? What else? Getting back to Wurm. Getting back to Wurm. Yes, we needed to tame the horse so we can get the gear on. And Taxidermic, you're trying to get your wife to play Wurm? No dice yet? Aww. So, what does she say, Taxidermic? What was it? What's the reason that she... And has she played other MMOs? And Avatar says that you can't really even hear the music now. Oh, okay, let me just raise it up a bit then. So it's now at 10. Let's raise it up to 15. And Milaka, you were saying that, does anyone of you try Mortal Online too? It's also Sandbox with skill system. Well, I'm not a PvP kind of person, so Mortal Online doesn't interest me. And did I raise the volume of Wurm? I think I did, didn't I? Yes, perfect. And Milaka, you've added me to your front and side doors also, the mine door, so I can view the underground harbor. Nice. We shall definitely come and pay you a visit then. And whether or not you want to be there, that's completely up to you, Milaka. We can just like look around if you, but of course either way is perfectly fine. Looks like I'm gonna have to gather some more grass. That wasn't enough. And I'm scrolling back here to see what you guys were saying. And Parser says that over on Jackal, one player was using animal taming with a tortoise to solo things that usually took a group. Unfortunately, in Wurm you can only have one pet at a time. Yeah. Yeah, so you can't go with like a whole group of dragons like you could in Ultima Online. Hello, Andreas Carlson. Welcome on into the stream. Hello, Drogos. So butt-zappingly good, says Grumpy Guy. Oh, right, so Taxidermic, she's not a gamer like you, so she doesn't really she's not really interested in the games then, right? Yeah, because it's a shame though, because actually I think a lot of Wurm players are actually females, because women love, like out of like MMOs, women love this game a lot. There's so many lovely little sort of cozy things that you can do. Not to generalize, of course, not to stereotype that women just like to do like cozy homemaking things, but I mean, I do all kinds of things in Wurm. I love the cozy homemaking stuff, but I also love the fighting and love, you know, the adventuring and the sort of the stereotypically manly stuff. But yeah, I do know that a lot of female players play this game. It feels almost like half of Wurm's population is actually female. So let's try taming this guy again. I'll just set a keybind to the taming. Let's see what else you guys were saying. Leo Lion says, if you want to grow eggplants, play Stardew Valley. So you can grow those there, can you? Yeah, I don't think... Wurm doesn't have eggplants, does it? I want to be making some moussaka in this game. And I would also make some baklava, which is a traditional Greek sort of pastry type of like a... very, very sweet. It's got lots of cinnamon, lots of, I think it's walnuts and honey. It is so good also. Very rich though. Very, very, like you can only have a little bit of it. So, let's put, we got the horse tamed. Let's put the saddle on. Let's put the bridle on. Let's put the horseshoes on. And then untame the horse. There, perfect. And let's go and adventure and see what we find. And also I have to really take note of where we are right now so I find my ship. So there seems to be a little settlement over here. Let's go see what the settlement is. Actually, I could put these ugly old... Let me put these ugly windows behind the map there on the right, so they don't obstruct the nice view. There. So this is Silver Coast, the name of this deed. Silver Coast. I wonder if this is on the highway system. I'm not seeing a highway around here. They got lots and lots and lots of crates over here. Their little dock area. And that is the ship rate. Looks like they're working on a couple of different ships. We've got an unfinished Corbita and an unfinished Nar. Also an unfinished small rowing boat. Now they might have just made those unfinished versions just as like decorations for their ship rate, which is a cool idea, of course. And also let me catch up with you guys quickly. Because I'm getting late with the chat. And Fern Camper was asking about PvP. Yes, Wurm has PvP servers separately, but we're on a PvE server right now. Looks like there is a oh gosh, what's it called, guys? A rift gonna be happening soon, or maybe even underway. I don't know. Lots of horses over there. Is this still the same place? Yes, this is still Silver Coast. They've got a little house here. Oh, there's the forgery. They got their little workshop over here. And booze making spot. The bed's close to the booze. in case you need that little midnight cocktail. Lots of beehives producing honey over there. Ooh, that's a nice looking building. The Stash. Let's go check that one out. That's a very nice design. I actually, you know, I think this design is quite nice. You got the sand, so first they have rendered on the bottom, then sandstone, and then marble at the top, and it looks surprisingly nice actually. With the little bridge being used as a tunnel. Or like an archway there. I wonder if we can get inside the house. That looks beautiful. The doors are locked, unfortunately. Corpse of a champion spider over there. So here's the highway system. Okay. You know what? Let me just check and see. I wonder if we should check and see quickly. Wurm Exodus community map. Here. So I'm not seeing any mention of this silver something something, what it was, that the name of that deed. Just trying to figure out, like, are we over here right now or are we over here? I'm just going to keep that in the background. We'll check back later on. And let me see what else you guys are saying here before I get too late with the chat. And Milika, you're honored that we're going to come visit you, and you logged out, so you'd rather just watch as we come and visit? Sure, sounds good. No problem whatsoever. Oh, there is a castle over there. Let's go see what that is. Maybe that is going to be something mentioned on the community map. There is a big old place down there. Let me see what else you guys are saying. Fan camper, no. In Wurm, there's nothing that is sort of like trying to coax you into the PvP servers, no. And the life of a PvPer in Wurm is it has a whole different strategy in general. Like, your life in PvP is all about, it's very much like you and your buddies you make a huge fort to defend yourself, and the gameplay revolves around making that fort as sturdy and like hard to get into and hard to raid as possible. So what is this place? This is called this is called Amaranth. And do we see that mentioned here? I don't see any mention of Amaranth here. Okay, I just hope that we're in the right area. We can't get in though. And Milika says that baklava is delicious. Yeah, it is really good. I should probably get my staff back into my hand as well in case something does attack us. It's a beautiful little town here. Absolutely beautiful. Oh, it's also locked up. I guess we can go through here, can't we? Everything is locked up, unfortunately. We're gonna have to go around. And Avatar of Cesaria was saying, talking of Ultima Online, do I still think I might revisit my Wurm UO world again at some point? Well, I definitely haven't given up on it, Avatar. No, I haven't given up on it. There have been other priorities these past years, admittedly, so it has been a few years since I touched it. But it is something I put so much effort into it that I definitely want to finish that project at some point. It's just like there's so many things distracting me. What is this place? Okay, this is... doesn't seem to be a deed. I also want to make sure I'm going in the right direction. We should be heading south, actually. South, there we go. Ooh, this is actually decaying, yeah. This is decaying, guys. This is a decaying deed. So we can see here that some of the walls have decayed already. This is an abandoned deed. Some of the fences have decayed already. You can see that. What a shame. Seems like a really cool little town. But it isn't at the point of decay yet where it could actually be looted. The walls are still... So for you to be able to loot a house, one of the bottom walls has to be has to have been decayed away. So as long as the bottom walls are still up, the house is still like a valid house. The rest of their horses have died off, it seems. This one also, all the bottom walls are still up, so they're all still protecting the contents, but yeah, it's kind of sad when you see like a decayed deed like that. I wonder if this gate is open over here. Milaka says that you love the depth of the game. Nothing is easy, you have to earn it. Oh, that's locked as well, guys. Let me see if I can get out through here then. No, that's just a dead end. Okay, we're gonna have to find a way around. Let's then... Is there a road going east? Yes, let's go through here. So the rift is due to start today. And I bet you this is going to be locked, because this is probably meant to be... Oh, it's actually open, wow. I was thinking that whole thing was like meant to be locked. Well, it actually... Oh, there isn't a highway anymore. So let me see if this road would actually take us to the south. And hello Metro, welcome on into the stream. There seems to be some wild bees around. Still trying to catch up with you guys. Hello Puddlefoot, welcome on into the stream. Good to have you join us. I think I'm gonna have to go do some climbing. And Metro, you recently returned to Wurm on Melody. Lots of work to do on the old deed, but great fun. Oh, yeah, I have two main characters, this one and then Safarina on Melody. I'm having a grand old time on Melody. Glad to hear. Welcome back, Metro. Glad to hear that you're having fun. Okay, this will help us figure out where we are, finally. Let's see, I'm gonna have to go get some water as well. I don't think I have any water in my inventory. I do have some, actually. Should probably eat as well. So, there's a mountain right ahead. We also see some water. I have a feeling that this mountain here is most likely this one here. So we're probably on the right bit of land. Yeah, there's these little puddles down below, which could very well, this little thing here could very well be this one. So I think we're on the right track. I do. And when you look over to the right hand side, there's nothing really, so that's like this part here. So actually, to go and find Milika's place, we need to start heading east from here to find Milika first before we go more south. So let's see if we can find a road to go east. To go east. Let's see if we go down here. Actually, Milika, is your place attached to the highway system? Because we could just use the highway if we find one to try and find your place. And Avatar says, good to hear about your Wurm UO server is not given up on. Oh, look at that long bridge. That series I did was probably your all-time favorite series of any YouTuber. Wow! Avatar, that's so flattering of you to say. Or like so nice of you to say. I'm flattered. Oh, what is this? I wonder if this maybe is that little lake that we were looking at. Actually, there's a lot of little lakes over here. So here is kind of like a broken highway. Let me see if I can find one of those thingamajigs. And Avatar, you do understand that things get shelved for a time? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, seriously, I've put so much love and time into that thing. And there were also so many tools that were made for that it would be such a shame to completely give up on it. It's just like finding the right time to do that. Like if you know, Avatar, if I was retired, I would totally work on it. It's just that I have to sort of focus on things that will actually pay the bills. That's the problem. So find route, and let me see if we can find Milika's place here. So Milika's place is called Kamika's Dream. Do we see this here? No, there's no Kamika's Dream. Oh, darn. So we're just going to have to try and find it. Also, I should probably get my event window. Let's get the event window more into view here. And you guys can help me if you do happen to see Kamika's Dream mentioned here. And also, Kamika, or Milika, if you're still here, if the landscapes start to look familiar, just guide me, because this looks like it's going to be a little bit trickier to find. Half of your deed has a small shack. You can't take the whole deed until it rots away. Is there any landmark that I could look for? So that is probably this thing here, isn't it? I think so. We might actually be right here right now. This little bay right here might be that. So according to that logic, if we keep going this way, so Milika says, it's off the highway but not linked yet. You're across the bay from the mountain. You see to the east of it, Black Rose Cottages between the highway and your place. It's on the left side of that waterway. The left side of that waterway. So I think I'm going in the right direction now. So does this highway, Milika, does this highway look familiar? If it does, should I go to the left of this highway or to the right of it? And I'm just going to stop here and wait for your answer because I know there's a delay with the stream, so it takes a while for it to update. It's on the... Oh, hold on. Hello there, Kitty World and Puppy World. Well, come on in. The landscape looks the exact same wherever you go. Well, this happens to all be... this all happens to be forest, but then there's also deserts as well, and also tundra and other types of biomes in the game. You're heading to the right place. Head to the right of it. Okay. Now we're crossing a little bridge. Okie dokie, Avatar, thanks for stopping by, and you have a good evening. Maybe we'll see you later on. So now there's this diagonal road here, Milika. Should I go down or should I go this way? Taxidermic was asking, how do the rifts work? So, first of all, when there is a rift going to start, when a rift will be starting within a few days, you will see like a red line up in the sky, and that's going to mark the spot where, in a few days, some mobs will spawn, and they're going to be tough mobs that you cannot take alone. You do need several players there to work on a rift, and then they come in waves, so and they last several hours as well. And once all of the mobs have been killed off, all the waves and the final boss have been killed off, then there is a whole bunch of materials that can be harvested that are special materials that you don't get anywhere else. They're quite exciting to take part in. It's on the water's edge, so we should probably go closer to the water's edge, I think. Let's go down here. Now we're heading south. Let me just check. South, yes. You would guess to my right? Okay, I'm seeing now a wooden bridge. Okay, does this look familiar? Look at this. There's a wooden bridge and there's a huge place with like marble walls up here. What is this place? I wonder if the door is open. The door is locked. So this place... Oh, no, it is actually open. This is Kamika's dream! We found it! Yay! Nice! Oh my goodness. Well, you have a very impressive wall there. And this is what you're waiting to decay away, right? This little shack? Ooh, you've got an amazing view, Milika. My goodness. So let's just admire your amazing view here. You've got like little bridges going on, an amazing view of the mountain here to the west, and a gorgeous view of the waters there. You have a little harbor area down below, and another one. So Milika, is this a place that you took over? Like, is this an abandoned deed that you decided to take for yourself? And let's not let's not trample the crops there. Then you've got your mine below. We'll go and check that out in a second. And you got a nice little spot here to, well, of course we can't sit in these lounge chairs, which is unfortunate, but let's just take this in. Actually, you know what? It's been a while since we've done the slow camera, guys. We're gonna do the slow camera. For those of you who've never been to my Wurm Roulette streams before, I'm gonna show you what the slow camera is. So here in the settings, we've got, on the first tab, we've got camera smoothing. We're gonna put that right up to the top. Save that. Turn off the UI, and we're just gonna take in this gorgeous view that you've got here, Milika. So there's the rift thing up there. Let's take a gander of this gorgeous, gorgeous area you live in. Looks like you have big plans for that flattened out area below. What are you going to be building there? Very, very nice. Wurm can be such a pretty game. Let's just take that smoothing off now. The view is what sold this to you. So you took it over and it was already flattened, and you put a ramp in down the right side to the lower edge, right? So this ramp here. Nice. Let's go check out your mine. You're going to make a harbor right on the lower edge. The layer you see will be orchard and trees for building, and then you plan a market area. Ooh, nice. So this is going to be an orchard. You'll have a harbor down there, and you're going to have a market area. Sounds like you have beautiful big plans for this. And I like how you've got the ramp going actually on both sides here. I bet that looks really nice from afar. Sounds very exciting, Milika. I'm really, really excited for you. So you got your crops here growing, all kinds of lovely veggies growing there. And then let's have a look at your house before we go to the mines. So Kamika's cottage. And I'm gonna go in with my horse, because if I get off my horse because it's not breeded or like branded to this server, I might lose it. So you got a nice little cozy place here with an oven and forge. Maybe you probably have a bedroom there upstairs. And let me just turn this off actually. And you got, so was this guard tower already here when you came, or did you have to build that? It's good to have a guard tower on your deed for sure. You got your horses over here, little stable area. And then over here is of course the mines. Let's go and have a look at that. Oh, this looks like a good sized mine that you've got here. I'm guessing that a lot of this was already mined out when you arrived. Ooh, an underground harbor. That looks cool. That looks very cool. Let's see if we can actually get down there. Got some sandstone going. The guard tower was already there. That's definitely a lucky found. You found a really nice abandoned deed. Definitely worth grabbing this place. It has so much going for it. Especially with a guard tower ready to go. I wonder if this is... Hold on. There's got to be a way to get down here. Oh, hold on. I think I found it now. There we go. There we go. You got a nice beautiful red gnar down here. A few other boats. And you can actually run along this as well. Very, very nice. What a great find. And I love these high ceilings of the mine here as well. Leo, this is scary? So what's scary? So Leo, by the way, if you don't know anything about Wurm, you can actually terraform, and you can like tunnel into the mountains in the rock. And you can like you can terraform everything in this game. Also, like you can literally build a whole city underground if you want. Ooh, so you won the gnar at the Friendship Bay Impalong. Very nice, congratulations. Let me actually just go and admire your gnar a bit. I want to see what kind of specs it has. So let's see. A ship with a clinker-built hull, assembled with iron rivets and one mast, with a square yard sail. In insufficient wind, it is rowed with oars. The side rudder is on the starboard side. It's got the sail colors, and it's got a lock. It's made of lingonberry wood. You notice some notches you must carve away in order to improve. So the quality is 90. Very, very nice. 90 quality gnar. And it's also got a bronze rune of foe has been attached, so it will increase the effect on speed by 10%. And I guess this is made by Lady Godiva. Very beautiful, beautiful, beautiful ship you've got there. It sounds, Milika, like you're having the time of your life in Wurm. I'm really, really happy for you. And you've got like some marble there as well. Actually, 2 marble. You might even have more marble veins. Marble, of course, is a very rare material to get in Wurm. So, so that's very lucky as well. Very nice. Well, I'm definitely glad we stopped by because I love hearing these stories about, you know, people enjoying the game, and especially with all the negativity that's been going on in the forums. Like the forums, guys, it's so weird, you know, with Wurm. So I'm pretty sure that most players who just play the game and never visit the forums or never visit Discord, I'm assuming that they're all like happy as can be, just enjoying the game for what it is. But then if you go to the forums, you're going to see like a lot of negativity, a lot of complaining, a lot of ranting, a lot of... And I'm not saying that the complaining is not justified. It certainly is. Let's face it, guys. It's a small team. It's a small team with a small, you know, there's only a couple of like, there's only a few like paid devs and the rest are volunteers, and there's only so much you can like expect from volunteer devs who have, you know, they have their own... Ooh, I love how this is, by the way. Ooh, I love this fence. I love the fence with the camellia hedge alternating with the white marble. That looks so cool. That looks gorgeous. I haven't seen anyone do that yet. That is wonderful. But anyhow, yeah, getting back to the negativity that's been going on the forums, it's understandable why players are upset. What I can say, yeah, for sure, like from a player perspective, I totally miss those days, back in the days when we would get the update posts on the forums. What was it like? Was it literally every second week back in the day? And now it's just been like silence for a long time. I think it's just because the resources are spread thin. There's COVID going on. There have been deaths going on in, you know, for some devs, friends and things like that. No deaths in the Wurm team though, of course. But I mean, like, you know, people have been having deaths in their own families and their friend groups and stuff like that. And yeah, I didn't finish my thought on the volunteer stuff. So we have to remember that most of the people who actually make Wurm, they have their own 9-to-5 jobs that have nothing to do with Wurm Online, and then they work on Wurm in their spare time. You know, imagine coming home from work after a long day, getting dinner on, getting the kids to bed, and then starting your second job, which is to work on Wurm Online as a volunteer, you know? So stuff can't be... It's not like the management can say, well, you must work on this to a volunteer. Volunteers are going to work on stuff when and if they have the resources to do so and the time and the energy to do so. And now with this COVID stuff that's been going on, it's drained, you know, a lot of people mentally. Now, of course, there have been some comments in the forums that, you know, that's no excuse. It doesn't matter what is happening with people's personal lives. It doesn't matter that that most of the devs are volunteers. That still, this is a subscription-based MMO where people are paying actual money to play the game, and players deserve to get information. Yes, I can see that point for sure to some extent. One thing that should be taken into consideration, however, is that let me just get rid of this spider when I gather my thoughts here. Yeah, so one thing that should be taken into consideration is that while there are many MMOs that have very frequent, very transparent communication to players, there are also MMOs that do the exact opposite, like really big companies as well, that only release information maybe a couple times a year of what they're working on, that don't feel obligated to, that, you know, that they're sort of like, they're just releasing this stuff when it's ready, or like when, you know, they're about to do like some big promotion on something or make a big expansion or something like that. And I don't know why it is that like a lot of players are expecting such frequent like communication from Wurm. Now, everything I'm saying, guys, let me just say that I'm not saying this as a dev. I'm saying this as just a player, okay? This is just my opinions as a private person right now. I'm not speaking on behalf of the Wurm team right now at all. I'm speaking purely as just a player right now. What is this place, by the way? This is Breezes on the Bayou. Interesting name for a deed. Very, very nice. I'm sort of gathering my thoughts here. Yeah, so maybe one of the reasons that players expect so much communication from the Wurm team is because we were blessed to have posts coming out every second week back in the day, that every time there was something small to release, a post was made about it. There was always something to report on. But the problem with that, so one of the reasons, as far as I know, one of the reasons that was changed is because if you're getting into this kind of, let me just stop and really focus on what I'm going to say, because I want to say this right, okay? So if you have a small team and you're working on stuff and releasing information about it and publishing that new feature to a game in a frequent time, in a frequent pace, that means that the developers never get a chance to stop and make like a bigger thing. They're always scrambling to keep up with something to release, something to release, something to release. They never get a chance to stop and take a breather. They never get a chance to stop and really think, is this a good thing? Like, I think the idea was to do like less frequent updates, but then to properly like think about what we want to do, properly plan it, and make like bigger updates at fewer like intervals. So I'm not sure if the players are really like considering that back in the day, these updates were just small chunks that were just small chunks at a time, and there was not like these huge, I guess there was like some really huge updates that were done once in a while as well. But still, I would still say that yes, it is true that the frequency has been a little bit too sparse now, and the reason is because of the things that I was saying earlier on. You know, small team, volunteers, COVID, all that stuff. Now, of course, players do say in the forums, they're saying things like, well, you know, even if you just let us know that stuff is being worked on, even if you can't explain what it is, let's keep a watch on our stamina, and I do have some booze with me if we need to get my stamina up, but I might be able to make it across, because it looks like her stamina is going down really slowly. And actually, let me just check where we are. I'm sort of like in my thoughts here. I'm assuming that this thing, that mountain there is probably this. Yeah. So what we need to do actually is to get to this coast over here. So let's swim directly south. and then I'll just drink some booze when and if I run out of stamina. Well, I'm sure I will, but let's just make sure I actually have the booze as well. I do. Yeah, so what was I gonna say now? Well, let me just sort of stop and see what you guys are saying. Oh no, yes, I wanted to talk about the thing that like people are saying. So just, you know, communicate with us. Just let us know that things are still being developed, that we don't have anything to release yet, but we're working on it. But a point to like think about there is that you have to also think about what would it look like if developers put those types of posts, say every 2 weeks. Imagine a post where they're saying, well, guys, we still don't have anything to report. We're still working on stuff in the background. And then in 2 weeks' time, there's another post exactly like that. You know, that also, okay, players are not happy now, but also that scenario would start to get old very, very soon. You would start to see other types of flame, like other types of like complaints starting to happen. That what, you still don't have anything after so and so many weeks? That's what you said last time. You know, they would start to complain about that kind of thing. So yes, there should be those types of posts from time to time, but you don't want to time those too close to one another either, you know? Because that's what will happen eventually, is that players are going to get sick and tired of just seeing posts promising stuff, but then without actually like delivering anything. So yeah, you know, it's a complicated thing. I do understand, from a player perspective, I fully understand people's discontent, but I would also say that like if you never looked at the forums, if you just played the game, I'm not saying that this is something people should do, I'm saying that this is probably a reality that I'm pretty sure that most players who are just playing Wurm and just enjoying the game and never even visit the forums, they're probably completely oblivious oblivious of anything even being wrong. They're probably just having the time of their life enjoying playing Wurm. It's only, you start to get those negative feelings only once you start to go into the forums and you see all these people complaining, and then you start to think that, oh yeah, this thing is wrong and that thing is wrong, and it just puts you in a completely negative vibe. And I'm not saying that players shouldn't inform themselves. It's just something I wanted to point out, that negativity and that kind of like mob mentality, it spreads, you know. It's very, what's the word when something spreads easily, like a disease spreads easily? It contracts? No, what's the word I'm looking for? I'm sure somebody's going to be able to tell me there. Contagious. It's contagious, that kind of negativity. That is a very huge, beautiful city over there. So yeah, for sure, you know, devs are aware, and they're not happy with the situation either. They wish they had the resources to and now of course we're out of a community manager as well. Demona put that message on the forums that she is going to drop out of the community manager role. So now we don't even have a community manager either. So I hope some fixes are going to come that'll make everyone happy soon. And what I can say, a positive thing, is that for sure, stuff is being worked on. In fact, I just was doing some stuff for Wurm this past week. I made a whole bunch of something that you guys are going to be able to see once we release that update. We want to get it right though, because of course there's also this problem that with the animal update having so much negativity attached to it, you know, it's that lesson learned that we want to make sure that those updates go nicely and that they're done the right way. So it takes a little bit more time to do it that way. So yeah. and just, you know, in the past months alone, I've done several things actually from the art side of things for the Wurm team. So there's a whole bunch of, I can say that there's actually like a whole bunch of things that are like being worked on. They're completely separate things, and I'm not sure what order we're going to be releasing those in, but there's definitely work going on in the background. But it's a small team, and we're sort of like it's a very small team right now because some people have to be away due to real life things. So now, what is this place that we ended up at? This is the village of Green Bay Castle. Let's have a look here, and I'll catch up with what you guys are saying as well. Let's just turn off the UI here and just sort of admire this view while I scroll up and see what you guys have been saying meanwhile. Oh, you can't sail the Nara yet, Milaka. Oh no. Yeah, I guess you need to get your there was one of the body stats that you're gonna have to get up high enough. And Leo says that that cave gave you dwarf. Yeah, you can totally make like a dwarven underground. Let me just show you screenshots of a dwarven underground I've made. I show that from time to time on my stream. Let's just see if I can find it. Dwarven underground screenshots. Here we go. So check this out. This is something I built over in Wurm Unlimited, which is the standalone version of Wurm where you can have your own server. So that's a little project I'm working on over there. And let's see what else you guys are talking about. So Milaka, you had to fish slap Lady Godiva to win it? Oh, that's hilarious. It was a lot of fun. Aw. And Milaka, you don't read the forums too much, too negative for you? Yeah, I tend to stay away from the forums myself as well because I just want to enjoy playing the game, and every time I go over there, there's just like so much negativity that it just gets me down. Milaka, you found one forum entry that showed no compassion for someone who's lost a close friend recently. That saddened you and also angered you, to be honest. Yeah, I think I know the one you're talking about. Taxidermic says, it would be interesting to see where this game would go if it went open source. You look at games like Space Station 13 that became tremendously successful because of it. Interesting, Taxidermic. I wonder, yeah. Drogo says that what I believe is that people have gotten the feel for how good it is with lots of communication, and when other games do it, we love it. We just want it for the game we love too. Yeah. Griff says that I saw that Valheim will start releasing weekly developer videos on YouTube. They have already released one. Yeah, Griff, I guess they have millions and millions of euros to spend on somebody making those videos as well. So it's kind of a different situation. Tuxie says, I think the particular problem in this case was that the Animal Husbandry update was a major change, which we had a lot of questions about. Then they went silent for so long right after that. Yeah, the silence was due to the fact that it obviously had problems with it. So they started tweaking it, and they have still been actually tweaking the animal update stuff and improving things. So that's probably why there wasn't anything to report, because it was still being worked on. But yeah, it could have, there should have been like a proper post somewhere saying that, you know, we hear your feedback. We agree that it needs improving. We agree that there's problems. We're gonna take, you know, a couple months to get it right, and then we'll get back to you once that is done. So there wasn't really like a proper post like that. And Leo asks, have you ever heard of YLANs? ELANs? No, I haven't. And Tuxie says, you're not sure you understand why everything has to be a surprise? Well, first of all, from a purely marketing perspective, so there's like practical reasons, and there's also a marketing perspective, is that when you keep something a secret, there's a lot more hype about it than when it's released. And it also gives the freedom for developers. So from a practical side of things, there's a few reasons for that. So if you were to explain what you're working on, that means people are going to expect that update to happen no matter what. But sometimes with some of the stuff that's developed, it is noticed along the development line that, hey, this actually is not going to work for the game. They have an idea in mind. They want to do it, they start working on it, then they realize that, you know what, this is not actually going to work. We had a great idea, but it's not going to work. So that is part of game development, is that you try different things, see how they feel. If they don't feel like they're good for the game, they are then removed, which means that a lot of, it's a completely normal part of game development that there's a lot of work that is done that also goes to waste. That's normal. That's like any job. There is... Or any line of work, you know, you have to experiment with things, you have to try things out, see how it works out, and if it doesn't, then it's removed. So imagine if that kind of stuff was explained beforehand to players, so they have to sort of wait until they're absolutely 100% sure that that thing is going to come into the game. And there was another practical reason. It was just on the tip of my tongue there, but maybe if let me just read what else you guys are going to say, and maybe it'll pop into my mind again. And Taxidermic, what was the animal update? You weren't here for that? So they overhauled the animal traits system, basically. And there was a lot of discontent about that because it sort of messed up the whole 5-speed like horse system. But it added a whole bunch of very, very cool traits for other animals. So before, horses were just fast horses, and they could be pulled by carts, they could be ridden, and they were fast. But now it's been split so that there's draft horses and speed horses, and there's a whole mess going on with that. And hopefully we're going to get that. Like, I'm a breeder in Wurm, and I'm not happy with how it was either. So I do hope that it is fixed. There's some really good ideas going on how to get that fixed, and I think part of that work has already been done. So I'm sure that we're going to get that improved so that everyone can be happy with the system. Oh, Milka, this is where you stayed when you first entered Wurm, right? Grumpy asks, Cats, why are you drowning yourself? Yeah, I had some alcohol to keep my stamina up, Grumpy. It's okay, it's okay. So it's owned, Milka says, by two lovely kinds of people called Steinbach and Denali. Oh, Denali owns this place. I love Denali. Denali is a wonderful, wonderful person. He hangs out on my streams sometimes as well. Interesting. And let me see what else. And then Drogo says, I think when you love something, it is tough to feel abandoned. I think just life signs from devs would do wonders. People will still complain about things, but that's inevitable, yeah. For sure, Drogos, I do agree that there should be more frequent updates, yeah. And Grumpy Guy says that I think you shouldn't put yourself in such public positions if you can't take the heat. Retro did fine because he could. So, of course, the problem is, Grumpy, that, like, sometimes you just don't know. You don't know whether or not... You can't know whether a position is... like, how can I say this? So sometimes you will take on a challenge without knowing what it's actually going to be like. And Retro decided to leave. So there was a big opening, there was a big like hole in the system that we didn't have a community manager. And so Demona stood up, what's that saying? Stood up to the plate? There's that saying, like, but she wanted to help, so she was brave enough to take on that challenge for herself. Now I don't think it's a case of her not being able to take the heat. I think she's had like just real life issues that forced her to sort of step away. She is a very tough lady with a great personality, and I think she handled things the very best that she could. Tuxie says maybe they could handle it a little differently though, like to say that they are exploring an idea without making a promise, and then just be open about it when it doesn't work out. And that's a fair point, Tuxie, although to be honest, those types of experiments happen quite a bit, so I could also imagine that there would be quite a bit of backlash if those types of posts are made, or hey, we're working on something, and then 2 weeks later, well, it didn't work out, sorry guys, and then they do another experiment in a few months from that, hey, we're working on something. Those types of things happen quite a lot. So I'm not sure if it would be good to really actually post about those, to be quite honest, because I could just see that also turning into a big problem from the community. Tuxie says players will complain regardless. At least with more info there would be some variety in the complaints instead of just the game is dying all the time. That's true, Tuxie. At least we get a nice assortment of complaints. Yeah. And the game is dying thing. The game is dying thing. I'll tell you guys, in every single MMO there ever was, you can go to any games like forum and you'll see the game is dying, like doom and gloom. And it's that thing about the game has been dying, that kind of thing has been said about Wurm from the beginning, I don't take those types of posts seriously whatsoever. Those are commonplace for any MMO, not just Wurm. Drogo says, you're happy that I brought this topic up. I know it's off topic from your streams. Yeah, Drogos, it's a tough one. I try to sort of stay away about talking about these kinds of things on my stream, because my stream is all about just me as a private person, just me as KatsPurr, the player, and I don't want to attract that kind of... I don't want to be like I don't want my stream to be a place for people to come and vent, but I felt like that it's been so much bad drama, I just felt like I should also talk about it. Again, just purely from a player perspective here. And thanks for sharing my thoughts, says Drogos. You're still a happy player, and Tuxie agrees. Let me just show you guys something, okay? Now, I'm not gonna say that Wurm does it to this amount, but let me just share something with you guys to give you guys a perspective about game development. So one of the most... I'm not sure how many of you have played Clash of Clans, or else Clash Royale, which are games made by Supercell. Have you guys ever played Clash Royale or Clash of Clans on mobile? If you have, so Supercell is actually the most... it's a Finnish game company in Helsinki. They are so successful. They make so much money with these games that they had the main guys who own they had the highest taxes of everyone in Finland a couple years ago. Let me see if I can find Ilkka Paananen. Vero, which is tax. Let me see if I can find a thing here. Supercell miljonääri. Verotiedot julki here. So this is in Finnish here, but I'll try and translate, okay? So the tax information has become public. The owner of Supercell, Ilkka Paananen, is the highest income guy with over, has the highest income with over 109 million euros. So this was like a news a few months ago. So how does this relate to Wurm? Okay, so something that Supercell does is that list of scrapped Supercell games. I wonder if we can find anything here. So, Supercell's killed games. With only 5 full launches in nearly 10 years, Supercell's numerous cancelled titles serve as groundwork for future success. Let me see if there's an actual number here. Like, I know they have made tons and tons of games that they never published. Let me see if there's a list here. We're talking dozens and dozens of games, okay? I don't know the exact number. I'm just wondering if it's mentioned here anywhere. Well, I can't find it now, but I know for a fact that they have. So I would say, like, percentage-wise, you know, a big percentage of the game development work that Supercell does is trial and error, experimentations. There have been like these full-on projects with a whole team. They've made a game, they've completed the game, but they never published it and they've scrapped it. And this is a huge chunk of their work. And how this relates to what I was saying with Wurm is that I'm just trying to point out that a lot of game development work is actually this. People don't realize. People think that, okay, you make a thing and then you publish it and then the players are happy. There's so much going on in the background that you guys are not aware of, that you can't be aware of because you're players, right? So I'm just trying to point out, like, imagine if Supercell would have like published an article every time that, hey guys, well, we had a team, we made a game, but we scrapped it. The amount of negativity that would also produce if they were completely transparent to their players about that, I don't think it would be good. I don't think so. So I think with Wurm, they have to be even more cautious about these types of things. With such a small player base, they have to be very, very cautious. So yeah, and this is just me guesstimating, okay? This is just me guessing. I don't have any actual information on, I don't know the nitty-gritty of like what's going on. I just know the art side of things in the game development of Wurm. And even about that, I don't know most of it. It's Saruman is taking care of the like 97% of the art in Wurm. 99% actually, I should say. So this is just me guessing based on my own game development career. I started making video games professionally in 2006, and this is just me guessing that that is the case for Wurm. At least partially, that's part of the reason, because that's what I've observed happening in all of the projects I've been involved in over the years. I don't know though. So don't take that as like as a dev comment. Take that as just KatsPurr, the player, just estimating that might have a part of it as well. So let me just see what else you guys are saying here. And Trogos, you're so sick and tired of the game is dying posts. Yeah, you're gonna. I bet you if you Googled any MMO, let me just see. Well, we're definitely gonna find for World of Warcraft. World of Warcraft. WoW. No, let's just put WoW is dying. I bet you we're gonna find lots and lots of stuff here. Is World of Warcraft dying? Let's put it for Elder Scrolls. ESO is dying. It's dying. Is ESO secretly dying? Let's put for, let me think of a game. Maybe for Final Fantasy XIV. That's been really trendy lately. Is Final Fantasy dying? Is Final Fantasy XIV dying? I mean, any MMO, guys. Any MMO. That's what you're going to see posts like that. So I literally, when I see posts like that for Wurm, I really don't pay any attention to those. And Grumpy says that, can I just point out that Rolf and Notch coded Wurm in their basement? Yeah. And Milika said there's nothing else like it out there. Yeah, exactly, Parser. That's right. The death of Wurm has been imminent for the past 15 years. Yeah, exactly. Leo says that there will be a time nobody even tries to make games because it will be even more expensive. Like as technology evolves, it gets more expensive. Tuxie says there must be some balance about giving some info along the way without having to be too specific. Yeah, I agree, Tuxie, for sure. We can't get hyped about futures that we have no idea are coming. Yeah, and I think like there's been some very valid points about the fact that there needs to be information released when stuff is, you know, almost ready, but it's already on test server. Allow players to go and try it out. I mean, for sure, they put stuff on test before. They do put stuff on test that can be tested out before it is released to the live version. There just needs to be more communication about that, and then I think there should also be more information about how to use those testing tools. I'm not sure if we're going to be able to get in here, guys. All these, like, these are all chain fences over here. Oh, maybe from here. Let's see. I know, they're all dying, Tuxie. Yeah. Milaka says you'd rather hear about incoming updates when they're about to release and know if it's good. It's as good as they can get it. Yeah. Yeah, it's tricky, guys. And also, what's also tricky is that the Wurm team, I think there's like a couple of guys who are actual professional game developers, but I think the rest of them are just like normal people who also know how to program, and maybe they do some programming in their own line of work. Maybe they work in the IT industry, but they're not professional game developers, you know? So that's also something to take into consideration. Yeah. And, you know, something that's a little bit, something that, like, people don't really consider as well is that, like, you know, there's all these people who complain that I'm a paying player, when most likely a lot of those people are people who are actually paying for the game self-sufficiently, you know? They're not even, they literally haven't even paid anything to Wurm for years, and then they'll be the first to be complaining that, you know, I'm paying a subscription, I should be, you know, getting this or that. Oh, what a shame, guys, that we can't, I don't think we can actually get in here. It's probably, let's go over from this side. Road to the right? Oh, it's probably this way, isn't it? Oh, what a beautiful castle. Got all those banners going there. Yeah. But yeah, for sure, things are not, things could be improved on, for sure. I think everyone agrees with that, including all of the devs. So I think that's pretty much all I really wanted to say on that topic. But, oh, there seems to be a little marketplace here as well. And there's actual merchants for a change. Let me just see if they're selling anything juicy. Let me just open get the size of the UI a little bit higher as well. So you guys can share and see. So I can share with you guys and you can see what they're selling also. So they've got some saddles, tool belts. Actually, the tool belt, you know? What is the quality of the tool belt I have? I might actually have a pretty good tool belt. 70 quality? Yeah, it's not too bad. Horseshoe sets. $90 quality. What is the quality of the horseshoes I have now? Let's look. Those don't have any enchantments on them though, so maybe I won't bother with them actually. What do we have over here? A whole bunch of tools. The compass. What's my compass like actually? Do I have a good... I think I've been given a nice compass as a gift at some point. Actually, I have crappy compasses. I thought I had... Hold on, hold on. I think I have a good compass here somewhere as well. Let me just do a filter here. I thought I had a super duper compass. But these ones are not enchanted E. Oh, that one is. Ooh, but it's 59 quality though. Yeah. If I buy a compass, I definitely want it to be high quality and also have the enchantment. So yeah, I'm not gonna bother with those. What do we have over here? And Drogos, you don't like the paying argument? You pay for everything. For Facebook, you play for with your soul. At least Wurm only changes money. Yeah, and if we think about like, for instance, in the case of, let's say you buy a single player game and you dish out. Well, of course, then you're not paying a subscription, so that's not really a good point to... Oh, that's a cool castle up there. Let me see if I can find a way up. I was just going to say that, you know, people dish out tens and tens of euros or dollars for single-player games, but then they don't complain. But of course, they're not paying a subscription, so that's not a good, like, that's not a good thing to compare it to at all. Interesting way to put the trees here, by the way. I wonder if there... I'm sure there must be some games out there, though, that you pay for once, but then they never do any updates, but they still have, like, a subscription to play it? I'm not sure. Just for the ability to play. I'm not sure. So this castle, can we actually get inside? Oh, it's actually a much smaller castle than I thought it was going to be. Let's have a look. Yes, we can. Oh, is there a sermon going on here? And I just barged in with my horse. There's a sermon going on here. Let me just say, let's get rid of that spider as well. And let me get the UI to be a bit smaller also. There's a whole bunch of people here at the sermon. Fabella. Oh my gosh, it's actually killing my horse. What? I didn't even realize. Hold on now. Hold on now. My horse is not tamed. Why was it attacking my horse? How strange. It took me a moment to realize that it's actually attacking my horse. What the heck? Good thing that I noticed in time. How strange. That's the first time. So we tamed the horse back when I needed to put the stuff on it. But I untamed it. See, it's just purple right now. So what the heck is that all about? I know that the predators will attack, like, you know, cows and sheep and stuff like that if they get hungry. But I guess that would pertain to also a horse being ridden? Huh. Weird. Tuxie says, hold on, let me see what else was being said here. Leo was saying, I think people just follow the standards too much because they only play the most played popular games and don't give a chance to smaller ones. Yeah, I do notice that people often have the same expectations from a tiny little game like this than they do from, you know, big blockbuster games like World of Warcraft. So I'm gonna leave my horse here, and we're just gonna kill off that spider like this, and I'll grab the horse now. There. Let's go see what's up here. And then Tuxie says, you would make a good community manager, Kats. I can't imagine you would want that job though. No freaking way. There is no way. There's no way in hell that I would ever do a community manager job. That has got to be one of the absolute worst jobs in game. I mean, it's probably very gratifying when things are going well and everyone's like, you know, when things are going well and everyone's like, oh, I'm so happy about this. Yay, thanks team. It's probably wonderful. I'm sure it's wonderful in those moments, but a lot of that work is just really shitty work. Oh, there's a big castle up there. I can't even imagine the amount of stress. Being a community manager, I would never do that job. I mean, it's just like firefighters, guys. Like, we all admire firefighters for the work that they put their lives on the line to keep us safe, right? That's pretty much the same thing. Well, not life. It's, you know, it's not like our lives are need being saved with community management, but they put themselves in the what's the saying? In the fire line? There's a, oh, how does it go again? I forget now. In the line of fire, they put themselves in the line of fire to face lots and lots of bashing and venting and complaining and harassment, and all the time. You know, that's a very challenging job because they have to be the buffer between players and the dev team, and then, you know, you have the players aching for information, but then they are not allowed yet to talk about it. And I can't even imagine doing how hard community management must be. Like, literally, community managers are heroes to me because they sacrifice their mental well-being for that job. I could never ever do that. Never ever. No way, Jose. Yeah, that must be such a hard job. And I'm very I'm also very sort of sensitive to stress. I had a really good job back when I was at Ubisoft. I was a lead artist and / art manager, and for sure it was a gratifying job, but man, the stress actually caused me so many problems, like mentally and physically. I had to give up that job, and then I just became like an expert artist there instead, and I literally ended up hiring a new art manager / lead who then became my boss. So I hired my own boss there. I couldn't handle the stress, guys. It was just way too much. And a community manager job, I mean, that is even worse. And I had a good team as well. The whole art team that I had hired, I hired every single one of those people. So it wasn't like that kind of situation where, you know, you come into a job where there's, you know, old people who have to now deal with a new boss. No, they were people I hired myself. So, you know, the relationship was really, really good with them because they, you know, when you see that kind of person in a different light, you know, if you're somebody who had an old boss that you really liked and then a new boss comes in who you don't necessarily like, you know, you might not have that chemistry, and that can often cause a lot of drama. But usually if it's the boss that hired you, you have a much more smooth relationship. So I had a really, really wonderful team, and we all got along. So that wasn't the cause of stress. It was just everything else in that job caused me so much stress. You're also sort of like in that kind of position, you're sort of also like a middle guy there as well, because there's the higher ups, you know, like the producers and the, you know, the big bosses of the company, and they have expectations, but then you have your team that you have to convey those demands to, and then they might be suffering from something. And yeah, a lot of that stress is actually the feeling of protectiveness over your team when you're not happy about some decisions that the higher-ups have made. So let's try and see if we can get up there. I'm just randomly going around here, guys. Let's see what you guys are saying. And Tuxie says, I do sort of see where people are coming from when they are paying and then hearing that the team is mostly volunteers. Yeah, they're probably like wondering, so where is our money actually going to? Yeah, that's an understandable feeling for sure. Drogos, aw. You guys are too kind. And Parcher says, while a point was made that there should be an alternate to the community PR manager, maybe don't abuse the ones already in the role before asking for additional volunteers. Yeah, I mean, who even wants to... I mean, you've got to be very brave to take on that role, especially with how the community behaves in the forums there. Yeah, but you know, it is true though. It would be really good that there would be like a backup for everyone in the team. Especially the community manager, but you know, finding those resources is tough. You have to try and look at, oh my god guys, look at all the horses and stuff up there. Let's have a look here with the spyglass. I'm not actually sure whether Demona was a paid. I know Arch, he had a salary. I don't know if Demona got a salary though. I wasn't privy to that information. Oh, by the way, guys, this bug with spyglass, I reported it to the team, and it is going to be fixed soon. So when you're using the spyglass with third person, so right now, if you want to look at the spyglass properly, you have to go into first person and then spy. But then if you're in third person, then it shows the edge of it, because the third person, of course, is something that was introduced last summer, and I guess they hadn't noticed that one yet, but that is going to be fixed soon. Yeah, but yeah, it would be good if there was a backup for, but yeah, how are you gonna, so let's just, coming back to the salary thing, so let's just imagine that the community manager isn't getting a salary, and you know, already that is like a huge, I don't know, I don't actually know whether she gets one or not, but like, imagine then taking all of that abuse for something that you're actually volunteering for, and then trying to get somebody else to also take on that role. Yeah, it's a lot to expect, actually, it is, but I still understand the players, I still understand how they're feeling. Tuxie says, I do wish they'd let Drogos on the team as a volunteer dev. Oh, Drogos, did you apply to become a dev for the team? So did you ever get a response on that, Drogos? Yeah, I don't know anything about that. That's a very impressive place up there. And I bet Drogos could do a lot of good for the dev team for sure. So that was the church. They're holding services there at the minute, says Milika. Hello, Renovatio. Welcome on into the stream. So Renovatio says that Asia of Conan has a free-to-play and a sub, and the game is in maintenance mode. Right. So it's true. There are some MMOs that have a subscription, but they're already in maintenance mode, and then they just don't do any updates anymore, and people are still paying the subscription for those. I guess it's pretty quiet there though these days. Yeah, taxidermic sermons. they are too complex to explain here, but what I can do is I can bring up the Wurmpedia sermon page. But basically, I'll just give you, you can, oh, hold on. If you want more information on that, I'll put the link there. But basically, a group of priests and followers show, I wonder, let me just see if I missed something there. Show up at altars, and then they take turns doing sermons, and then they get huge faith gains that you would not get. You can get your faith up by praying in the game, but if you go to a sermon, you get a huge chunk in comparison, a much larger chunk of faith. Oh, we got a troll after us. Where is that troll? Over there. And I don't have any stamina whatsoever. Let me see if I can get up to a more even spot here first. Hello, Nicolay. Welcome on into the stream. Nicolay says that at our place of work they are called gatekeepers. Grumpy says, I can't imagine bringing dark cats with butt zaps to reveal secrets. And Milika, you were trying to tell me earlier on there that you believe you can reach it from beside the motel below at Greenbat Castle on the Lay front. Yeah, too late for that. I didn't notice your message in time. So, okay, let me see if I can get my stamina up quickly, and then we can try taking down that troll. This looks like a nice even area. So it looks like we're not going to be able to get... There might be... Okay, there's some trees over there. There might be an access point to the castle over here, perhaps? So it's owned by Wendigo. You had a professional talk with them? You'll see what happens. I hope they add you Drogos. I'm sure you could do wonders. And you have, I think you have such a lovely attitude as well. I think you'd be a wonderful addition to the team. So there wasn't any access here. So something is under works over here. I wonder if there's a tunnel entrance possibly down here. Let's see. Huh. Nope. Milika asks the rock slope. So what do you mean, Milika? And look at this tiny little hockey puck token over here. Tiny little token. Actually, you know what we should do is we should admire the view from up here. We're up quite high. Even if we couldn't get into the castle, we should look at the view. There's a small ramp, it looks like. Oh! So, are you... Milika, do you... Oh, hold on. Is it that one? Hold on. I'm seeing something. Oh, no. So, are you talking about, like, on the edge of this wall somewhere? Let me just look again. Or are you talking about that area that we were just in? So I'm not seeing any ramps over here. Oh, right, so maybe you saw incorrectly then, right? Yeah. Oh, but let's go and look at the view. I almost forgot to do that. We should also look at like where we are on the map right now. So that is quite a view. Let's have a look here. So that's clearly, that bit over there is clearly this one. We're up here on this mountain right now. And for the Wurm Roulette, we can see here that, so we're over here right now. No, we're over here actually. We're here right now. So we need to go down to this area here. So you know what we could do is we could just slither down right from this side. This is a perfect slither down spot right over here. So yeah, what we'll be exploring today is this area, then also, let me just go over to the corner here and see. Yeah, it's got to be through the cave, yeah, somewhere, but okay, Taxidermic, thanks so much for stopping by, and you have a fantastic rest of your evening, and I'll talk to you soon. Oh, there's a goblin after us. So let me see now. There's this bit over here. So this spot, like fish, like a, it's almost like shaped like a goldfish, like sort of nose up, you know? That has got to be that one over there. So we're gonna go exploring these areas and that area. Ooh, and you know, we have to remember to place the sign as well. So the sign needs to be placed somewhere over there. Yeah, okay. So let's just slither down. And we'll use some booze if we have to. Yeah, we're gonna definitely have to drink some booze. There. Oh, let's take a little bit more. There we go. Nice. And then from this part, I think I can turn off climbing and we can just slither down. Actually, we can go this away. I should get on my horse though, because that thing is gonna... Let's see if I can go over here. Oh, oh, we got a scorpion after us. Let's get on our horse and take down this scorpion. So Leo, I'm just using sort of like a I'm just using a sort of slang word for alcohol. So alcohol in Wurm, of course you can get drunk with alcohol in Wurm, but also it is used to, so when you're doing anything like swimming or climbing up a steep slope, you are losing stamina, which is this green bar, and when you drink some alcohol, it like, so what happens if your stamina bar gets all the way empty and you're out in the middle of the water, you'll start to drown. Or if you're climbing a mountain like this and you lose all of your stamina, you will just fall down to your death. So what alcohol does is it fills up the stamina bar, so you can keep on going. You can keep on swimming or you can keep on climbing. And so that's, I've always got some alcohol with me on my Wurm Roulette adventures. So let's see. Ooh, there's a hellhound. I definitely need to get that stamina back up before we do anything else. There's a whole bunch of mobs. Is that a champion? No, it's greenish. There. Let's take care of this hellhound. It was so weird that was happening, what was happening with the horse before, by the way. I can't remember that ever happening before, that they would attack a horse that I was riding unless it was tamed. Very strange. Yeah, it is a beautiful view, isn't it, Nikolai? Reinord. Reinord, I remember you trying to get me to hydrate earlier on with... Now you're trying to make it sweeter by saying, ginger beer hydrate. I don't have any ginger beer, unfortunately, but I will take a little slurp of water just for you. Also, something that I'm going to have to do soon is I'm going to have to take my blood pressure. I'm going to have to measure my blood pressure because my blood pressure, guys, has been a bit high. Actually, it's been very high. So my measurements this morning were 162/88. And that is very high for the first number. I did call the doctor this morning and I got an appointment for Thursday. So they said it's not that high that I have to be rushed into the doctors or anything like that. But I have had a headache for like a couple weeks now, every single day. And that's not good. So I'm assuming it's probably because I haven't gotten as much sleep as I should. And also I have to say that when we make dinner and stuff, I should probably use less salt. I just like my food to be flavorful. Yeah. Well, I'm gonna have to measure and we'll see what happens. I could do that now. Well, actually, I should try and find like a safer spot to do that in, though. Yeah, I'm sure it'll all be fixed soon. I've never had like hypertension medication. I've been close to it a few times. Like it's always been sort of like on the verge of whether I need medication for that. Is that horse coming or not? No, I didn't have the rope. There we go. But it's never been... Oh, damn, we're taking damage. It's never been high enough that I actually needed the medication. But I might just need to go on medication for that now. Because I don't think it's ever been that high before. I guess it's just one of those things when you start to get old, your body is starting to break down. So, let's just heal up and find a safe spot, and I'll stop and measure my... So when I called the doctor, they said they wanted me to take measurements in the morning and also in the evening. And so I actually have my phone set to an alarm to take measurements in a bit, but we could already do it now. Okie dokie. Yeah, there's just monsters all over the place, isn't there? We could actually do it when we're out in the water. That would be a nice safe spot. And it's going to be interesting. So I have like what is it called? What is the meter called in like English, guys? For measuring your hypertension and pulse? Oh, that is a... Oh, it's locked. I was hoping we'd find a nice dungeon there. Is it a pulse meter, or what the heck is it called in English? Anyhow, I have one here at home, and it's been actually a couple years since I last measured myself. I should be much more good about measuring the hypertension stuff, especially with you know, it's been sort of on the verge before, and I've been badly ignoring it. Blood pressure cuff? Yes, that's the one parser. Yeah. Yeah, Leo, games are a wonderful escape. Yeah, thankfully I don't have anything actually in my life stressing me out. I'm very stress-free these days since I work from home. It was absolutely the right thing to leave a sort of studio setting, because that was just so stressful for me. And it's literally like stress went from 200 to 0, like literally. I'm really enjoying just being at home, to be quite honest, and working from home. So stress is definitely not the thing that is bringing up the blood pressure. I don't know what exactly would be causing it other than maybe just too much salt. Okay, maybe this would be a nice little safe spot over here actually. Hello Saltheart, welcome on into the stream. So this one has both the pulse and... So this is not an oximeter. I have one of those as well. This is just for your hypertension. Yeah, and I've been actually... I bought one of those oximeters because of the whole COVID thing, and I didn't even know before that such a thing exists. So guys, I'm not sure if you guys are all aware, by the way. So there is this little device. Let me just show it on screen actually. I've talked about this before, I think, on my stream, but let me just show you guys. So there's this little device, guys, that you just clip onto your finger, and it will tell you how much oxygen you have in your blood. It uses infrared as the technology to measure the amount of bubbles in your oxygen bubbles in your blood through your finger, and you shouldn't have any like nail polish when you do this sort of thing. And it only costs like I mean, you can get them pretty cheap. So I bought one when the whole COVID thing like hit, to just, you know, in case we do get sick, just to keep an eye on the oxygen levels. We haven't had COVID in our family, thank goodness. So, but it's good to have just to be on the safe side. Yeah. Oh, Tuxie, did you not know about those either? Because I didn't know about those before at all. Saltheart says that salt causes you to retain water. That increases fluid levels and can increase blood pressure. Yeah. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to do the measurement now. You guys can be here as I measure myself. Let me just put something there on over top of the webcam. Cover the webcam just to be on the safe side. You just never know whether face rig goes crazy or something. So, because I have to take down my shirt here to do this, to get my arm without any clothes on. There. Good. And then let's get this cuff on and get that into place. And then when I do the measurement, guys, I'm not allowed, you're not supposed to speak. So it's going to be quiet for a bit when I start it. Okay, now we've got the cuff on. And then we have to rest our hand on the table. Then I will put, just make sure this is really nice and tight. There. There, that's nice and tight now. Then I'm going to put the power on for the meter. And I also need to remember to write down the pulse. She wanted the pulse as well. So now I'm going to start this thing and I'm going to go silent for a while, guys. Okie dokie. So 163/87 with a pulse of 67. I don't know what a good pulse is, but at least that upper number is not good. It's like it was in the morning. I have to write this down. 163/87 and then pulse 67. Yeah. Yep. That's not good, guys. Hello, Yutoni. Welcome on in, and Serven. And Serven, your blood pressure always rises when doctors start to measure. You can't help that. Yeah, I know, right? Because you start to like, you start to be kind of like nervous about it. There we go. And then let's just get this webcam back into order. There. Good. So, sorry about that little break, but I had to, she told me to take one in the evening, so I had to get that done. Parser says, you didn't realize that they were available to consumers. Have had them used on you at doctor's offices and hospitals for years? Oh, you mean the oximeters? Yeah. Yeah. Yes, Serven. Blood pressure measuring. That's right. Yotoni says that if you take your shirt off, the temperature will rise up around you. Doesn't it have to... Don't you have to do it against, like, bare skin, though? I think you do. Yotoni says, yeah, it can cause some stress too. You need to focus on deep breaths when you do it. Assault Heart says the pulse is normal 60 to 100. 67 is a good resting pulse. Okay, that's good to know. Performance anxiety, exactly. Yeah. And Rhinor, did I learn how to butt zap at Ubisoft? No, I learned it all in Elite Dangerous. So Leo asks, what if the blood pressure is high? So that can be very dangerous because, well, it's not in a range right now where I have to like immediately just go to a hospital. But if it is, so what happens, I was reading about this online this morning. So what happens if your blood pressure stays elevated for a longer time is it starts to form like, it starts to harden your arteries and your blood vessels, which makes it even harder for the like heart to pump blood through your system, and it can eventually lead to heart attack. So yeah, it's not a good thing to have a high blood pressure, that is for sure. And I believe it can also do damage to your kidneys. I think there was some mention about kidneys as well. But not to worry, guys. I have a doctor's appointment on Thursday. The annoying thing right now is that I've had this kind of hypertension headache now for a couple of weeks, so I've literally had to take ibuprofen every single day. I should have probably measured my hypertension earlier on, really. I shouldn't have. At first, actually, I didn't even know what was causing the headache. I thought it was just, you know, sleeping badly or, you know, coffee withdrawal or something like this. But I now realize that it is a hypertension headache, and the way you can know whether a headache is due to hypertension or not is, so it's this kind of weird headache, you know, like usually when you have a headache, it's like it's coming from a certain spot on your head. But a hypertension headache is something that you feel kind of mildly all over your scalp, actually. Is this like large radiating, like from a large area, it's this sort of radiating pain, but it's like a mild one. It's like this feeling like you're about to have a full-blown headache, but not quite. But it's been enough that I actually have had to take ibuprofen to be able to actually focus on things and be able to sleep and stuff. So yeah, I need to take better care of my health. So what is this place? We're in Scotch Canal. What a beautiful little town this is. I'm not sure if it has anything to do with the clots, Leo. I think the clots is more about the wasn't that more about the cholesterol? No, this is about damage to the vessels themselves. Clots is where, you know, you have the cholesterol building up in the veins, but this is the veins themselves that are being damaged, and they start to harden, something like that. Hello MR, welcome on in. Enjoy the strict plant-based diet, and hope you feel better soon. Yeah, we're trying to I've been trying to, well, our family, we've been trying to get more on like plant-based stuff for years now. We stopped using dairy products many years ago. We've been using soy and oat milks and stuff like that. Also, we haven't eaten red meat for many years. But we still eat chicken and turkey and fish and stuff like that. Just no red meats anymore. You know, so is this actually, no, the part of a lands of worms? So this fence is actually on undeeded land. Interesting. Huh. So why do they have like, what about the house then? Perimeter. This has got to be deeded land, this spot. Yeah, this is deeded right here. I wonder if the doors are open. Yeah, and as far as how I feel, other than the headache, I feel just normal. not having any other issues other than that, but the headache is of course very annoying. God, I hate headaches so much. They just mess everything up. It's hard to do anything. Yeah, must be some kind of temporary fence, yeah. Yeah, all the doors are locked, guys. We can't go in. So we'll just continue our adventures towards the south. And we have to remember... I wonder if there's a way out over here, actually. Yeah. And Drogos, you find that Coke helps with headaches? Well, that's the caffeine. I guess that is like solving the caffeine withdrawal, basically. But I think that drinking any sodas when you have hypertension is probably a bad idea, because sodas make you retain water even more. Sodas are basically like you'd be taking some salt in that way, so it's probably not a good idea in my case, at least. What a beautiful view from this spot. Imagine having a little house right here. I'm probably gonna... I wonder if we can make it up here. Maybe. Yeah, not good for the stomach either. Yeah, those sodas, yeah. I've been trying to cut down on sodas, to be honest. I used to drink a lot of like sugarless sodas back in the day. But I'm trying to just stick with water these days. Ooh, that is a high tower over there. And I never noticed, by the way, that... Look at all these spiders! There's like 4 spiders, one after the other, guys. It's like a whole spider family here. That's hilarious. So that's like 32 beady eyes looking at me now. I don't have any stamina either. Let me see if I can take these guys down. Hello, Thalion. Welcome on into the stream. Thalion, you have been soda-free since 2014 after a massive kidney stone that had to be surgically removed. Oh, wow. And hello, Nan. Welcome on into the stream. Caffeine addiction does that. And hello, River Dog. Yeah, even without any stamina, I seem to be doing just fine. Thanks to this handy-dandy silver staff that was kindly improved by Parser recently. And MR asks, you saw that we got donkeys now, by the way. Are they any good for pulling a cart, or shall you stick with your beloved hell horses? So, something to know, MR, is that we had a big animal update, and now the traits have been changed. So, there's a huge overhaul with the traits. So now we have speed horses, and speed traits, and then we have draft traits separately. So for your hell horses, what you're going to want to do is, the hell horses are still faster than horses, and I don't know what the donkeys are like on carts. I didn't even know you could pull carts with donkeys. But what you want to go for is to actually start breeding up draft hell horses. Draft hell horses, and those are going to be your, you know, one of your, I'm not sure, do unicorns pull, but they're just fast, though they're not draft animals. So yeah, draft hellies is the way to go, I think. And Nan, you've been around for a while, just busy, but it's always nice to hear my voice. Aw, thank you, Nan. And Salt Heart says water also helps flush out the salt out of the system. If you feel like you have had too much salt, drink plenty of water. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. I need to drink much more water. Let me just take another gulp of that. Oh, so unicorns can be hitched. Interesting, Tuxie. I'm trying to remember if I've ever seen a hitched unicorn. I don't think I can. I don't think I have. Seren says you can't pull carts with a donkey. You can with mules though. Right, right. Yeah, I don't know what mules are like on a cart. I have no experience with that or no knowledge of how efficient they are. Yeah, same here, MR. Yep. Still, I actually shut down my horse markets because they're still actually rebalancing the changes. So I'm gonna sort of just wait and see, hold tight until they get things sort of more finalized, and then see what to do about the horse markets. Well, I'm gonna open them up again, of course, but I need to get like new horses bred up for those, and right now I've got a speed herd going on, I've got a draft herd going, I've got speed helis and draft helis on the way. Ooh, what do we have over here? There's a big colossus at least. This has got to be above some kind of city somewhere. Oh, what do we have here? This looks cool. Very nice. Huh. And the person seems to be very much into growing herbs. What a beautiful spot to have a deed along the side of the mountain like that. So Seren, you would say that the mules are sort of comparable to having a horse on a cart? Let's see. Oh, it must be over on the other side. Yeah. Okay, let's go over here. So Tuxie says that unicorns can be hitched, but both have to be tame and stay tame, so it's not practical. Oh, right. So you'd basically have to have like one person tame one unicorn, another person tame another unicorn. Oh yeah, that sounds like a pain in the butt. Oh, so they're the same way as helis, Tuxie, so that they drop off when they... Oh yeah, because oh yeah, I know. Because helis, of course, has nothing to do with taming. That is more about the age. Whereas unicorns, since they have to stay tame, then they drop off the cart once they go untamed, right? What a beautiful place to have a home. Imagine the beautiful view here. So this place is called Stone Wall. I like the name. It's really suitable for a deed that is... Oh, I like this. These little like bridges and stuff on this really steep slope. I love it. Love it. This is one of the nicer deeds. Like if I think about my personal like preferences with deeds in Wurm, and so like what I would like to do someday, this is really like something I would personally enjoy having myself. All these little nooks and crannies, little feeding area for the horses down there. This is really inspiring me actually. Of course it's more work to go up and down these little parts and to get access to all the bits and pieces, but I love how, you know, organic it is. It's lovely. Milika says it's stunning. Yeah. It sure is. I love stumbling upon places like this. It's like I love all the little nooks and crannies and bridges, and it's like an adventure just going through here. Where does this go to? MR says, interesting, you'll breed hell horses then later. Still sounds like the best and fastest option. Also, you want purple ones. Oh, the molten ones. Yeah, so the molten, they have the speed bonus, the 2.5% speed bonus like the ebonies do. That's my phone reminding me to do the hypertension, but we already did that, so I'm gonna just turn off that reminder. Yeah, so the molten speed attribute, of course, that's not going to really help with now with the new trait system. That's probably not going to help with pulling carts, right? It would only help you if you ride a hell horse. So can we actually see the spot where we have to go and plant the sign? Let's have a look here at the map. So right now, so it's right down there, so it's somewhere over there. Let me just open it up here actually. So where we are right now is probably this mountain. We're probably somewhere around there. The sign needs to be placed, so I can see that there's a little island, which is probably that one. So somewhere around here is where we have to plant the sign. Yep. Did we go up here already? I don't think so. I know. It has been... It must have been so much work to do this. All the terraforming, the planning out. Love it though. Beautiful, beautiful place. So that takes up to... Where does this take us to? Is this taking us to the Colossus? And Leo, you want a Palomino horse, but you don't have a farm? So horses... Oh, this is taking us to a higher spot, actually. Okay, this is going away from the city, though. So horses can be kept... you can keep horses in many different ways. You can have a fenced area outside. You can have a stable inside of a building. You could literally make like a one-tile stable for one horse inside of your building and have like a stable section for your house. Because you can actually plant grass, well you can plant thatch I think it was, which you can convert into, which creates grass when you plant it inside of a house, which you can later then enchant to be this sort of like eternal grass. You could also do it that way, that you have like a house that is shaped like a donut. So you build it like a donut, and you have like a middle part that is your sort of pasture area, where you keep your animals as well. That's like technically outside. Yeah, this is a beautiful place. Love it, love it, love it. Love stumbling upon places like this. I think I want to mark this on my... I'm gonna mark this on my map. Because I want to come and visit here again sometime. So this was Stonewall. Stonewall, beautiful mountain ridge town. There, nice. Yeah, gorgeous. Good job on whoever made this place. And the doors are locked, so we can't really see inside, unfortunately. So how do we get down to these lower bits? What I could do is I could just climb down. I'm not quite sure. Oh, maybe here. Here it is. Yeah, then there's hitching posts. That's right. Hitching posts is one way to keep your horses as well. Mm-hmm. Yes, indeed. We have lots of options these days to keep animals. An interesting design there for the house. All of these balconies. Can we get inside the... No, all the doors are locked, unfortunately. I wonder if it's just one person living here, or whether there's like a whole group of players who live here. But yeah, whoever has this place, beautiful, beautiful job. Love it. It's not very often, guys, that I save like an annotation on my map if I found like a really nice place. So that's definitely one of the better places I've seen in my book, at least. Let's see now. And there is a troll statue. What's down here? Lots of trolls. Troll clubs sitting around. There is a Hell Scorpius at least. These are actually decaying over here. Is this one deeded land? Do you see dark dungeons? No, but they're all like secured. So they're locked up. Where does this go? It's just a dead end. You know what kind of like ideas coming into my brain, guys? Imagine if there was like an amazing underground city somewhere in the middle of a mountain, and instead of there being like a really grand fancy schmancy like opening to that city, instead there'd be like a humble little tunnel like this. We're gonna get lost in here, by the way. Of course it would have to have at least the supports so it doesn't go collapsing. Did we come from... Where the heck did we come from? Probably over here somewhere. Here? It would have to have the mine supports in the very least, of course. Oh man. We are lost now, guys. Uh-oh. Okay, let's do this in a like clockwise manner now. I should probably get rid of this guy as well so he doesn't attack me. So what I was going to say is that imagine if there would be this very, very long, very humble, just a single tunnel, but then it led you to this secret city somewhere in the middle of a mountain that would have glorious lights and these fancy schmancy like the screenshots I was sharing, like this one that I was sharing here. Hold on, where'd it go? This one, and it'd be hidden somewhere in the middle of a mountain, and it would be like this amazing place that you would find completely by mistake. You were just running along, like just like we are now. You'd just be running along a tunnel running along with nothing interesting in sight, and then suddenly, boom! After running for what seemed like, 10 minutes, you'd come into this opening in the middle of the mountain and discover this glorious, like, hidden, like, city. That would be kind of cool, huh? And Leo, you gotta do some vacuuming. Thanks for hanging out with us today, Leo. You have a good evening, happy vacuuming, and I'll talk to you later. Lord of the Rings. Yeah. MR says that the person next to you has a huge mine, parking his Nar boat inside. Pretty cool. Nice. Yeah, that would be, wouldn't it, Milika? It would be pretty cool to find something like that. Just completely by surprise. I'm so lost. What direction are we going in right now? South? Good. We're going in the right direction at least. Is this an abandoned deed over here? Seems that way. Is there any good loot here? Yeah, south. Marble shards. Can't be bothered with those. No, nothing really too interesting here. There's a whole bunch of marble shards if anyone needs those, though. A whole bunch of donkeys. So can we see the mountain from here? Yeah. So we were traveling along that mountain there. In fact, we were at the very top of it. And then we came slithering down. I don't know about you guys, but I think it looks so cute when the bears are like swimming. They're these plump little things. They're in such a cute position, like physical position when they're swimming. I think we're getting very close to the place where we have to plant the sign, by the way. So it's supposed to be very close to the island. So is this is the island? Yeah. We'll go and investigate the island too in a bit. There's probably a deed here somewhere. Oh, is this an abandoned deed? This almost looks like it's an abandoned deed. All those banners. And that troll is after me. So there is the island, and then the spot that we have. So there's that island. So we have to go a little bit more south, and we'll start looking for a spot to place the sign on. Look at that bear, guys. Isn't that so cute? Do you guys see? Let's look with our spyglass. So cute. Yeah, they are, aren't they? So plump. So let's see if we can find a nice suitable little spot for that sign here somewhere. I was sort of looking at that olive tree there, because it sort of stands out amongst all the other trees, but maybe not that spot. Somebody had a nice little dock area there before with some willows. Here is a bit of road that just ends suddenly. I guess this looks like it was a road all the way to the bottom, according to the way this has been terraformed, but it just hasn't been in use, so it's eventually decayed. Let's see what's at the top here. Huh. Yeah, there's an abandoned deed here, or rather, like, remnants of one. I'm almost thinking that we should go plant the sign down here in the forest somewhere. Because this is a big flattened out area, so it feels like I'd rather plant it sort of like in nature, you know? So maybe we'll plant it here on the clay, right here. It's going to be a nice little natural opening. So we have to give it a name, rename, and it is August 10th. KatsPurr / Malena was here August 10th, 2021. Let's get rid of that nasty old scorp. Okay, I should probably heal up a bit as well. So many bites. Let's also lead our horse before something, you know, like a troll comes along or something. Good. Yeah, this feels like a natural spot for this thing. Let's see, where did I put it now? Here, plant. KatsPurr / Malena is here August 10th, 2021. Mission accomplished. Next thing we're going to do is, let me just look at this bit of land here. We've been streaming for quite a few hours, so I think what we should probably do is go and check out the island and then check out this area here. So looking at the Wurm Roulette map, not that one, this one. This is a big area of land to explore. You know, obviously during these Wurm Roulette adventures, it's not like I scour every single inch of the land. A lot of the times, especially if now since we've been streaming for such a long time and we've sort of gotten distracted by all kinds of conversations, I have to be a little bit more, I have to conserve my time a little bit more. So since we still have such a big area of land to cover, I think we'll start heading already east from this point. There could very well be like some interesting things to see on the west coast here, but yeah, I think we'll just start heading east at this point. Hello Joshua, welcome on into the stream. Good to see you, my friend. We are here on the server of Exodus today. What have you been up to? What have you been up to these past few days in Wurm, Joshua? Yeah, yeah, you're here. You're right there is where Joshua lives. Yeah, we've been going, so we've been going here along the... We started out here, and we've been sort of going along this entire area here. We dipped in here as well. And then we're gonna... What we still have left is this sort of goldfish-shaped area, which looks like a goldfish, like pointed upwards. And then we will finish up the stream after that. Prisoner of Kameka. Yes, we went to see actually Kameka's place as well. And that was a really sweet deed spot. My goodness. What a view from there. So somebody has a nice little house here. Oh, that's cool. That's really cool how they've done this, guys. Look at that. Let me take a screenshot of that. Look how they've got like the house with a little bridge right over to the beginnings of a guard tower. That's really cool, using like the slope here to give that kind of organic feel. I love it. Unfortunately, it looks like, is this decaying now? Is this actually deeded land? Village of Ged's Isle, yes. That's really cool. I haven't seen anyone do anything quite like that. Like, of course, longer bridges, sure, but something so, I don't know, there's something so cool about that and unique, like just this tiny little area and having the guard tower here. And Milak also loves that, yeah. And Joshua also likes it. Good, and then we shall cross over. So this is that big slab of land that we're gonna go in. Looks like there's lots of stuff going on here. This is a rather large area, so I'm sort of glad that I'm already headed this way, because it's gonna take a while to go and explore this place. Yes, Joshua, we just visited Stonewall over here. We did. I actually marked it on my map. It was amazing. We were really, really admiring it a lot. What an amazing place. Like, I was just saying, Joshua, before you arrived, that I don't very often actually mark down deeds just because I thought they were like super nice. But that one I marked down because I thought it was just amazing. Loved the whole like design going up along the cliffs. I know, yes. Very jaw-dropping, yes. The amount of work that must have been, like somebody said on in the chat there, that the amount of work must have been astounding making that thing. You freaked out on the tower? I'm trying to think. I'm trying to remember like what there would have been like a tower. I mean, there was obviously lots of little buildings, but I don't remember anything special about a tower. I might have missed it though. So let's go check out this place. What do we have here? This is Sopron. A little farm area with lots of horses, hell horses. That's a big spider over there. Mature champion, huge spider. I should be able to take it down. Let's see. Easy peasy. And you're back, Bunless. Welcome back. Oh, right on the top of the mountain. It's pretty awesome. Oh, right. Oh, I think I know. I think I know the one you're talking about now. I did see like a single tiny little tower. We didn't go up there though. I did point to it though. Yeah, I know the one you're talking about now. Yeah, we didn't go closer to that at all though. Darn, I should have checked it out. And you sent a scout to Independence and that mountain, seriously impressive. And Bunless, you're back, but you got a shower. Forgot you had taken your youngest to training. You trained yourself too, so shower. Okay, we'll see you back then soon, Bunless. Enjoy your shower. And Gumbo's place with nymphs. Get a slap from Kamika, says Joshua. Yeah, I'm not sure if I saw any nymph statues, actually. We might have missed that unless I wasn't paying attention. So this is Journey's End. Why does this sound so familiar? This sounds so familiar now. I'm trying to think whether when I was taking the marketing screenshots for the Steam launch, whether I visited this place, perhaps. Why does this sound so familiar? Well, it doesn't look familiar, it just sounds familiar. Journey's End. I mean, of course, a lot of deed names are similar. So... Oh, Griff. Ah, that's why then, yes. So what do we have here? That is why. Little workshop. And Joshua, 3 years of streaming on Twitch. Blimey, we'll definitely put that into the diary. Joshua, now I just need to think of like fun things for us to do on Saturday. And I am welcome to hear any suggestions, anything you guys would like to see me do on stream. I am open to suggestions. So my initial plan right now is to play some Wurm, play some Elite Dangerous, and also do some drawing. But if you guys have any good ideas for the anniversary stream on Saturday, just let me know. Butt zaps. Well, I'm sure if we play some Elite Dangerous, I'm sure there's going to be a whole bunch of people clamoring for some butt zaps. Yeah, you guys are nuts. Like, I don't understand why the whole butt zap thing has become such a huge thing. I mean, I used a tool, I zapped them in the butt. It's all quite self-explanatory, and everyone is going crazy about butt zaps now. This is still the same place. That is a rather big, that's a greenish mountain land. I can't be bothered with you, mountain lion, I'm sorry. Let's go over here. You blame Adam. Adam is completely innocent. He has nothing to do with it. I know Reinord is definitely one person who keeps talking about them. And there's others as well. I think Bundos as well is guilty. Milaka says, hold a draw for a unique graphic for winner maybe? Yeah, that's what I did with my 2-year anniversary. So the drawing part comes in there. So what I did for my 2-year anniversary is we had like a giveaway. So I was drawing for 3 hours, and then people could win like a drawing from me. Yeah. We'll probably do something like that. Yeah. I'm kind of curious to see what's up there, actually. Oh, and you know what? Oh, actually, she does have a light source. Is Parser here? He was earlier. I'm not sure if he's here right now though. So what do we have over here? There was literally nothing to see there. You can just imagine what he would suggest. Yeah, that old Parser. Such a naughty boy. So Joshua, what would you do? You've recently started streaming. What would you do for if you had your 1-year anniversary for streaming? He's lurking. I think what I'll have to do actually is I'll probably do some searches on YouTube to see what other streamers have done. We might just figure out some cool ideas. Joshua, I see what you did there. So possibly hold up a party at the Wurm Hotel over at your place? Yeah, well, I'll definitely consider it. Although you're probably like half joking but half not. So this place is Village of Wolves Howl. Seems they have stables, but everything, they're all closed. The stables are empty right now. Milk has already picked their seat out. Yeah, whatever we do in Wurm, it's gonna have to be, because we're gonna have to spread out our like time a bit, or not spread out, but rather keep our time sort of like keep things quick and snappy if we want to have time to do play Wurm, play Elite Dangerous, and also do some drawing. I'm thinking maybe like a 9-hour stream, 3 hours of each. So when we had the 2-year anniversary, oh, that's a champion, isn't it? No, Venerable Greenish Troll. So when we had the 2-year anniversary, I did like a complete madness, which was just craziness. So I streamed for 12 hours on Saturday, 12 hours on Sunday, and that was just way too much. Never again. Never again. I'm too old for that crap. So I think what would be better is a 9-hour stream and just divide things into 3 chunks. So there's only so much you can get done in Wurm in 3 hours, so I'm gonna have to think about what that could be. I want to do something that is gonna showcase something that's rather quick to do but showcases how amazing Wurm is. So I'm gonna have to think about what I do. Oh, like fights at the arena? I have to say I'm much more of a lover than a fighter, to be honest. But I'll keep it in mind. I feel sometimes, guys, that the nighttime just lasts way too long. Do you guys feel that way at all? Build a Narcissus tuxedo? Oh my gosh. It would probably take the 3 hours to just get like one started. Ooh, what do we have over here? And Joshua, you might plan your 50th, so your 50th birthday? Is that coming up soon, Joshua? And you might plan that in Wurm? That'd be cool. Actually, Joshua, I had my 50th birthday playing Wurm, yeah. I celebrated it with you guys. I didn't hold a party in real life. Instead, I was playing Wurm to do that. And I got a special cake from Retro that doesn't decay at all. I have it proudly in my restaurant on my island. So February 2022. So that's still a ways away then. And Leo misses Sylvanas from WoW. Yeah. There's stuff about WoW I miss for sure from time to time. Then I go and play it and I'm like, ugh, why am I playing this? So this place is the city of Troy. So I've got a whole bunch of slate, stone being used here. I wonder if I can get into the buildings. All the buildings are locked up, unfortunately. They're using green lights. Grinder. This house is called Grinder, guys. I don't really want to know what kind of grinding. And they've also got a Colossus up here. Sort of an evil theme going on. They've got the slate, and then they've got the guard tower. What is it? Mulrihan guard tower? I forget now. Mulrihan was the one, wasn't it? Let me just check here. Oh, it doesn't actually say in the examine text. Milaka says maybe put together your favorite clips of Wurm in a short video. Oh, Milaka, to take a break, actually. Making a video like that would take a lot of time. Finding those clips from so many hours of streaming, editing the stuff together. It's a nice idea, but it would be a lot of work to do that. What I could do though, Milaka, though, is when I get my 10-year anniversary, maybe my 10-year anniversary of playing Wurm. I'm going on 8 years soon. It'll be 8 years in November. Once I have my 10th Wurm anniversary, I'll probably do a special video for that with clips of all my best memories. That is definitely something I should do. And Parser says, you know you'd enjoy a tutorial on how you go about mapping skins into meshes, but I suspect almost no one else would. Mapping skins onto meshes, so just like... So Parser, are you talking about just general 3D unwrapping? Or are you talking about Wurm specific stuff, like changing the textures for stuff, for instance, in Wurm Unlimited? So I know a little bit of 3D. I am not a 3D expert though. I'm a 2D expert, 2D graphic expert more like. I know how to unwrap in 3D, in Blender at least, but I am not an expert on it though. So this place is called Feels Bad Man. And Parser, oh yeah, the virtual tour of our real life cities. You know, you'd like to know more about hers. This looks pretty. This is still Feels Bad Man. That's a really grand entrance. Ooh, that's an interesting idea. Look at that, guys. They've used the epic portal and pushed it up against the door to have this kind of little archway. Interesting. The door is locked, so we can't go in. But have they done it on both sides? They've just done it on one side. I'm not sure if it's... I wonder if that's intentional or not, because if that would have been intentional, I would have almost like done a second one over here to make it matching. But I'm going to take a screenshot of that regardless, because done intentionally, imagine if you had several different doors with this same system. That would be very cute. And I wonder if you can make epic portals out of anything except stone. Can you make like... I'm guessing you can't make like marble and sandstone ones, right? And Leo, you were saying draw a 2D game? Oh, you mean like during the stream? Yeah, that would definitely require more than 3 hours. I do have one idea though. Oh, they've put more of them actually. Maybe it is intentional. I do have one idea actually that of some artwork, that 2D artwork that I could do. I'll have to see though. I'm gonna have to check with some people first about that. Okay, there's a whole bunch of monsters after me here. All I want to do is get over to the other side. Maybe from here? Yeah, that works. Yeah, I don't want to get stuck in that spot, that's for sure. Parser, especially after listening to a podcast on murders in a lake woods somewhere in Finland. Oh, was it the one with the teenagers who were camping and they got murdered? Yeah. Thankfully in Finland we don't really, at least I don't hear, I mean if there are any serial murders in Finland, we don't really hear about them. You don't have that kind of like thing going on over here. Like, obviously murders happen like they do in any country. However, in Finland, if a murder happens, it's mostly like murders within families, you know, crimes of passion sort of thing. But serial killers, I can't even really remember if there... I literally don't even remember if anything like that has happened or been in the news in Finland ever, in the years I've lived here at least. But I guess that case that you're talking about, if it's the same one I'm thinking of, Parser, I guess that would count as kind of like a mass murder in a way, because I think there was several teenagers. Then of course there's school shooting. There was that one school shooting that happened. Actually, I think there was 2 of them. Those happened a few years ago. So a couple of those have happened. But your sort of like run-of-the-mill serial murder stuff, I don't think that really... I can't remember anything like that in Finland. It's a very safe country to live in. Oh, we're kind of in a jam now. Oof. Thank God I made it onto the even bit here. Ooh. We're completely out of stamina. Let's see if we can take these guys down. Hopefully nothing more serious. I mean, I can handle this bear and the spider easy peasy, but I hope no trolls come along or anything like that. Yeah, the anacondas are horrible. They're awful, yeah. Especially for new players, because they're so fast. And they just slither along, and they're sometimes hard to see in the grass as well. Yeah, Leo, that's actually this thing you're talking about, like NPCs. This is something I have actually personally even suggested myself on the suggestion forums many, many years ago. I felt it would give a little bit of life to the cities, but then there are players who are strongly against any AI, any NPC characters. Although we already have some. We've got traders, we've got merchants, we've got guards, we've got spirit guards. So I don't really understand what the big deal would be. As long as it's not anything that makes it easier to, you know, make stuff. Like, I would be happy with just like NPCs that you could have, like you could set an animation for it and have like a blacksmith like pounding away at like crafting something in front of the forge. Maybe a barkeep behind the bar that could actually sell like drinks and stuff. That would be cool. Yeah, exactly, Tuxie. It would make it feel so lively, wouldn't it, when you go to cities? Yeah, but when I made that suggestion, I'm not the only one who suggested that. That's been suggested by many players at many times. But then you have these people who are so strongly against it. That I don't think that's ever going to happen. Oh, interesting. Look at that, guys. So this is basically a tunnel. This is a tiny little tunnel, just one tile tunnel. And then they've surface mined the surface. Interesting. How does this look from above? Canal information, cog or corb, 10 tile drag, no caravel. So caravel cannot fit through. So parser, to be clear, just the way that they are described... No, hold on. So there was like two topics here. There was the 3D unwrapping, and then there was the murder thing. So on the murder thing, to be clear, just the way that they described the camping area and how neighbors interacted, etc., you were more thinking you'd show off things like that near you. Oh, right, I see, parser. So, like, just going through... like on the, yeah, that, well, I don't think for a celebration stream I'd really want to. So if I understand correctly, you're basically saying that it would be interesting if we could do like a Google Maps tour of like places like that camping site, and sort of tell the story of what happened. What was it, Bodom, I think it was called Bodom Lake Murders or whatever. But for a celebration stream, I think that kind of topic would be very, very depressing. So for a celebration stream, I would definitely not want to sort of be doing anything that would just bring the atmosphere down of the stream in that way, you know? So what I was thinking with that, like, Google Maps thing was more like, I was thinking it would be fun for you guys, for me to sort of take a virtual tour of where you live, if anyone wanted to take part in that. Obviously not your home address. I mean, it could be something like, I don't know, maybe where you grew up as a child, when you maybe lived in a different place, or like your favorite part of the city that you live in, or, you know, something where you guys can feel special. And because I'm sure that would be a thrill for sure. Like when I think about like conversations when I'm having with a friend of mine who I know from the net, you know, that has never been to Finland, and we sort of swap our like Google Map addresses, and it's kind of it's kind of a thrill to sort of like show off like interesting places from where you live. And I was thinking that'd be fun for you guys to tell me all about where you are and see me react to, you know, curious things. And for sure we could, you know, we could look at some places where I've lived. What is this place called? The Shrieking Shack. That is quite a name for a deed. And so Parser, you just looked at the unwrapped graphic and then look at how it looks on mesh, and you think, how do you see that? Oh, I see what you mean, Parser. Yeah, so how do you... Well, one way, so there are tools, Parser, for painting right onto the 3D model. So you can paint right onto the texture these days. Like, obviously back in the old days, you couldn't do that. So what you had to do in the old days is you had to, what you usually do is you start off by, let me see now, I could just draw this in Photoshop. I'll explain in Photoshop how that's done quickly. So if we look, for instance, at the horse mesh, or the horse like texture of let's see, graphics, Wurm, Code Club, horse. Here. So here are like the textures for the horse model in Wurm. And so what Parser is basically saying is that he doesn't understand that how do you know how to paint it so it looks reasonable on the model. And the way that it's usually done is, I'll just open up Photoshop and I'll show you. So, let's see now. So first let's say in the case of the horse, right? So first the horse would be modeled in just the 3D mesh is made. This is like a really bad childish horse. Let's do a stupid little tail like that. Okay, so first the model is done, the mesh is done, and then you've got the mesh going something along the lines of this. Right? And then what you do is, so that comes first, and then there's a function in the 3D program to unwrap, and it will, in the unwrapping process, it lays out the mesh. So the mesh is connected with these little vertices. It lays out these bits and pieces. Well, what you have to do first is you have to decide how it's going to cut it so that it will lay out the body. It's sort of like, like when you have the bear rugs in Wurm. It's sort of like that when you like skin an animal and you lay out the fur as a rug. That's the same way. You have to decide, like if you're making like a bear rug in real life, you have to decide where those cuts are made. You don't make the cut, like if we think about a bear rug, right? So a bear rug looks something like this, right? There's a bear rug. So you haven't made the cut along the back, right? Instead, the cut has been made. The cut of the fur has been made like this, right? So it's the same thing with unwrapping in 3D, is you have to decide where you're going to make that cut, and usually you want that cut to be in a spot that is not going to be too visible. So if the texture kind of mismatches, it's not going to be so easy to see. And usually I'll just do it in a different color. Usually one way a cut is usually made is usually along the center line, and then what they do is that they along the belly there, sort of like actually like the bear rug almost, because then what you'll get, I mean, we can look at the worm one. So this has been cut into these kinds of pieces. So you when you're in the 3D program, you make them, they're called seams. You assign seams to certain like edges. And in the case of the worm horse, you can see that there is the head, there's the legs, have their own cuts. So the worm horse has been done, if we look at this for instance, it seems that the worm horse has been done this way, that it's got one going down the middle on the back. So it's actually got one going along the back, then it's got one going along the foot like that, it's got one coming down here, it's got one coming along the face like that, and then the feet have their own cuts as well, seams rather. So the next thing to do is, so this then assigns those placements for the bits and pieces on the square texture. Now, what you're wondering, Parser, is how the heck do you start like painting? You know, okay, how do I know that an eye goes there? How do I know that the muzzle is there? Well, in the modern times, what you would do is you would probably roughly like paint on right onto the mesh in the 3D program and paint that that's where the eye goes, that's where the nose goes, that's where the hoofs are. And then once it becomes unwrapped and you export like the graphic from it, you'll see that eye location. Then you can refine it, so you do the rough stuff first onto the mesh, onto the texture that's on the mesh, and then you export it. You unwrap it and export it, and you do the refining in Photoshop. And then you keep on, you have it updated though, so as you're painting it will update straight onto your 3D model, so you can see that, okay, like that little part that I colored, it went kind of wonky and you can fix it. Does that make sense, Parser? I'm not the best person to probably explain how that works, but that's at least what I know about unwrapping. Now again, in the old days you couldn't paint right onto the 3D model. There weren't tools for that. So you had to do it sort of blindly at first, but you then updated the texture. You had to keep on updating and just make sure that it's looking the way it's supposed to look. And oh, I see, Parser. I misunderstood then. Right, so nice places. To look at nice places with Google Maps. Yeah. And you could tell funny stories of your childhood, says Leo. I mean, if you guys would be interested in that, we could do something like that. Parser, no, actually, Leo, so you were saying, in the old days I played with ants and kids now play with mobile phones. Actually, I played with ants when I was a kid. I actually ate a whole bunch of ants one time when I was like I think I was probably like three years old. Just stuffed them in my face. And I came home and my mum said that I had like a black mouth, although I don't really understand. I'm not sure. I don't think really that ants would give off a black color. Maybe she just sort of like wanted to make the story about it more, I don't know, dramatic or something. Oh, I know what it might have been black from, because I was picking them off like a pile of dirt, actually. That's what the blackness came from, not the ants themselves. Oh, that's a venerable slow spider. Yeah, so if I'm a little bit crazy, guys, that's probably because I ate ants as a 3-year-old. what is this place? Oh, this looks nice. It looks familiar though. I've been here. I've been here, guys. This is, no, we're starting, yeah, I've definitely been here. I remember this place. This is Black Pearl. Yes, we have been here. But this is an amazing, amazing deed. We've gone off into the area that we've already explored in a previous Wurm Roulette, but this is a pretty amazing looking place. I wish I could dismount my horse and... Yeah, we need to get back down the mountain because we've come too far now. So we have come all the way over here, I think, now. We need to go back back west. I've just been coming along the shoreline. So probably what happened is that we probably went along the shoreline up until this point, but we need to actually go back because we need to go actually up here. And I wasn't really focusing, I was just like blindly going along as I was chatting with you guys. So let me see. South, we need to go west. Yes, in that direction, okay. Yeah. And there's the... Yeah, we need to get onto that strip of land there. Hold on now. Let me see if I can figure this out now. So that sand down there, that desert, is this one. We've definitely come too far. Yeah, we're over here, so we need to get down to this strip of land. And then this is what we should be exploring, guys. I was just brainlessly like chatting with you guys and not even thinking about what where I was going. And Parser, you were missing the fact that there's even a possibility of painting while the skin was on the mesh. Yeah, yeah, you can do that these days. Yeah, that's been around for a few years already. I remember already doing that. Doing that in the 2000s, in fact. And Grumpy says that from what I remember they used NIF Scope for this back in the Fallout 3 modding days. Yeah, I'm sure there's a lot of tools to do that. In Blender, there is already it already has like tools for that as part and parcel of the software. West, yes. Let's keep on going west. Hello, Donald. Mud piles are nice. And MR, you were a bad kid, you guess? You didn't eat bugs but grilled them while with a magnifying glass if the sun was shining? Oh, that's a classic little boy thing though, isn't it? So I didn't grill my bugs that I caught, but I had them in jars. I was sort of like a miniature scientist. Biologist, I guess is the right word. I was very fascinated by bugs, and I would collect them and see what happened with different experiments. I think the most cruel thing that I did to bugs when I was a kid is one time me and my cousin, we got up to no good, and we caught a couple of houseflies and we pulled off their wings. I know, it's horrible, horrible. And then we made them race. Because they were forced to walk along the surfaces. They couldn't fly anymore. So we had fly races. We pulled off their wings and forced them to like run against each other along like a... I'm not sure if we put rulers or like we put some kind of physical thing that forced them to go in a straight line. Ah, oh, bad cats. That's where the dark cats comes from, guys. very, very naughty. Very naughty. And Drogo says, idea for the stream one day, tour of the Xanadu deed. Well, actually, the Xanadu, we're stuck here, guys. The Xanadu deed doesn't really, it hasn't really changed over the last years at all. I think I just need to go along the water, because otherwise I'm gonna just get so lost here. Where the heck? I think we need to go over down there, don't we? Oh, I wonder if that bridge actually works. Let's go check it out. Oh, look at that. Oh, the swimming animations. Because she's in aggro mode. Let me see what else you guys are saying here. Leo, you like drawing some cartoons like comic cartoons, but you'd like to learn a bit more like drawing more realistic futures? Yeah, thank goodness we live in the time of YouTube. I mean, man, when I was a kid, there was no YouTube. There's nothing that you had to just like borrow some books from the library, and that's pretty much it. There's lots of fantastic tutorials on YouTube, Leo. Parsha says, anyway, for a streamer anniversary is a celebration of the streamer rather than the viewers. It's often either a behind the scenes or a community play along. Yeah, I guess that's true, Parser. That is true to some extent. But it's also, you can also see it from the other perspective, that it's a celebration of, you know, giving thanks back to the community who have kept you going that long, you know, and giving them something fun to experience. So does this actually... Don't tell me it's a dead end over here. Oh, it does continue. So yeah, this is where we should be going, over here. Tuxie asks, what is it with people making bugs race? That's not the first time you've heard of somebody doing that. Yeah, kids will be cruel sometimes. Yeah. Yeah, of course those types of like memories haunt me still to this day. I'm sure there's like a fly ghost out there getting their revenge on me. At least I notice every summer the flies will just be so annoying. So they're getting it's karma biting back. Leo says, you once caught a rhino beetle. Those are the really big ones. You put them inside a jar and it still exists to this day. Impressive how it doesn't decay or anything. Right. Yeah, the shell probably does keep for quite a while. So, Grumpy Guy, you've got to be Perry G, because you were saying this thing about, oh yes, Tour of Lagadu. A very refreshing idea. Is that Perry G? I betcha Grumpy is Perry G. I betcha. That would be a typical Perry G comment right there. And Validate says, hello Validate, welcome on in. Must be like 8 or 10 p.m. where, so it's 9 p.m. right now in Finland, not too late yet. Validate asks, can we tame cave bugs in-game? Would be like nice to have races with those at the next Impalong. That'd be kind of cool though about Validate, because of course you could do the whole thing like commanding the pet to go somewhere, right? Because you tell it what tile to go to move to. That'd be kind of cool actually. That seriously is not a bad idea for an Impalong. Another abandoned deed. Yeah, lots of decayed deeds. But that has always been the life cycle of Wurm. The first 2 deeds that I ever placed were both old abandoned deeds. On Celebration and Independence. Parser, what? Watch as cats follow the trail of corpses way back to her. Well, we haven't been through here, so we're making new corpses. Yeah. And Leo says, who didn't have a slingshot as a kid? I didn't have a slingshot. You weren't allowed one, Joshua? Aww. Yeah, having a slingshot is like every little boy's dream, isn't it? So what is down here? There's a mean old lava fiend. Seems like some kind of little harbor here. All looks empty and abandoned though. So Milaka asks, what prompted you to move to other deeds? So the first one is a story I've told many times, but basically I had neighbors who were too nice. They were too helpful and it got on my nerves, so I decided to leave, and then it sort of was part and parcel of getting aggravated by these people who were overly helpful, together with the fact that I had made my first boat journey to Independence, and I saw all these abandoned deeds on the shore, and I was like, whoa, there is a really cool place right there. I want to grab it for myself. So that was the first move. The second move was when Xanadu opened, and I claimed a spot for myself. In fact, the island that I still have to this day. Claimed that for myself, and that was the second move. And then I haven't moved on the old servers since then. I've been on that one and same island ever since. It is a work in progress, of course. And then, of course, we've got Safarina on the new servers after Steam launch. So yeah, that's the story with those. Grumpy. Everything is unpopulated and abandoned, almost like the game is dying. Just like it's been dying every single year for its 15 years. Okay, so there seems to be a bridge. Is that going north now? I think we've reached the north part of the... Yes, that is north. Okay, handy. Let's just go and have a little look over here, and then I will start to wrap up the stream. Let's see if there's anything... What's over here? Aw, thanks, Parser. what is over here? Nothing too special, just a little house. Hello, troll. So, I think, guys, that will be it for today's stream. We've had many crazy chats today about crazy topics. As for the drama hopping on the forums, I would just say hang tight. Hopefully all that feedback will, you know, prompt some what's the word I'm looking for? Some improvements from the communication of the team. And I would say that if the drama on the forums, at least for myself, from a player perspective, if the drama is getting you down, I would just say just enjoy the game, maybe give the forums a rest for a while and wait for things to simmer down. I'm sure that once the team has sort of gotten their situation sort of fixed in a better way, we'll see brighter days again. Yeah. I can't really find the words right now what I want to express, but I don't want to really, sort of trying to not get into the whole conversation again, but just thought I wanted to sort of say something like that before we wrap up. Anyhow, I am going to go and make some dinner. I think before the Saturday anniversary stream, I probably will be doing an Elite Dangerous stream on one of the days before that. So if you're interested in seeing some Elite Dangerous, do come and stop by. And yeah, for everyone, I hope you're enjoying your worming. We shall hopefully see each other on Saturday when I have my anniversary stream. We'll definitely we'll be playing some Wurm at that point, and I will be doing that on Twitch. So I shall at this point wish you all a fantastic restful rest of your evening and your week, and I'll talk to you all very, very soon. I shall start heading back to my ship here, and hopefully I can find it. And I'll talk to you all very soon, guys. Have a good night.